right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Will County Board meeting, May 21st, 2026. I'll call this meeting to order. Member Pretzel will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and introduce the clergy.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It is now my pleasure to introduce Pastor Carl Wagner. He's the senior pastor of First Church of God located in Joliet, Illinois, where he has pastored for 48 years. He is a graduate of the Gulf Coast Bible College, which is presently Mid-American Christian University in Oklahoma City. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Carl Wagner.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, I know that this is considered just a formality, but when I'm talking to you, I realize it's not a formality. There's a relationship. I'm your son. I'm your ambassador, and I'm here this morning to ask your blessing on this meeting. Because God, no matter what we do in this world, everything is weighed in the balance of our thoughts, our motives, our actions. And that, Lord, I just pray that this morning, that everything that takes place in this chamber, this important place, that God, that when it's over with, we can all look back and say, there was justice and there was mercy brought together at this one time, in this one meeting. And that, Lord, that everyone can leave here feeling comfortable, knowing that God, you reign over everything in this earth. You know every thought of our minds, and you are not only the Lord of the nations, but you are an individual friend to those who follow you and love you. And so, God, we know that we can hear from you and that you will answer our prayers and you will truly guide us if we really want to follow you. And I just pray, God, your blessing, your presence, your consciousness be here this morning for Jesus' sake, because he paid a mighty price to make it possible we could be heard. In his name I pray. Amen.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlottman, Ogala, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Balich, Oxley, Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier. Oh, and Van Dyne.
With 19 members present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Revis, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond, Williams, Ogala, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Balich, Oxley, Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Trainier, Van Dyne.
All right. 19 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Mr. Revis, your light is on, sir.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Speaker.
State your point.
I would like to introduce a special guest I have here with me today. He is not my little brother by blood, but little brother nonetheless. I've known him since he was in his mom's belly. Christopher McCauley. He's a recent graduate of Plainfield Central High School. He plays volleyball at Plainfield Central High School. He's a star setter, and I'm just so proud of everything that he does. So Christopher, if you could just give a wave, and everybody, could we please welcome Christopher to the floor here? Thank you.
Welcome, Christopher. That could be the,
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. all right, we're going to move on to the Will County Board minutes from April 16th, 2026. Could I get a motion to approve them? Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Hickey. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Oxley. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge elected officials and media present?
All right, today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, County Clerk Annette Parker, Coroner Lori Summers, Auditor Duffy Blackburn, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stuco, and Treasurer Tim Brophy. And from the media, we have Bob Ocon with the Herald News, and Michelle Mullins and Alice Fabry from the Daily Southtown.
Thank you. We have no honorary resolutions or proclamation, and we're going to begin the public comment section. And I will, before I remind people of our guidelines, because I do need to address a press release sent out yesterday by the Republican caucus, but I'm not really sure if it was the entire Republican caucus, but it was presented that way. So I don't want to disparage anyone who was not participating in this, but the press release questioned the county staff's integrity. And it's unfortunate that members of this board would like to convince the public that staff is they're doing things that are nefarious, but they are not. They are doing their job. They are following laws and county ordinances. We have put out a factual response, including where the items in question can be found in the board packet, including page numbers or exhibit numbers. And if the member took the time to fully read, they would be able to identify this. And even if they are large package, you can sit down with the staff to ask questions. I fully acknowledge this is not a popular issue. However, I want to acknowledge that our staff devotes many hours to provide you information. They are following guidelines that are provided to them, and it's unfortunate that certain members of the board want to negate their work by questioning their integrity. So with that, I'm going to say we will have public comment. Reminder that you have 3 minutes. We will allow for, we have Beth here who will tell you when there is 30 seconds, and then when your 3 minutes is done. Again, we know this is a very sensitive and emotional issue. We all recognize that. I do not know how this is the outcome is going to be, but I know that we are all here to take our jobs responsibly. So we just ask for decorum and let our officers just have to stand there again. So with that, we are opening public comment. So if you'd like to, for agenda items only, so you can come up to the stand, you can stand along the line wall there. If you will, when you come up, just please state your name for the record. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Mark Zoller. I live in Green Garden. I have so much to say, but I'm going to be really brief. I strongly oppose the Earthrise Industrial Solar Project as it's presented. You and as board members, regardless of political party, have an obligation to protect the taxpayers, township, land, and the future of Will County. It's simple. The separated parcel mega industrial solar facility does not belong in residential areas on prime farmland. I still believe the application is incomplete and there are so many unanswered questions due to this project spanning over 96 parcels. What I'm trying to say and get across is to stop this now, get it right for the county's future. And one more thing that's very interesting. My 11-year-old granddaughter who lives in Will County has recently came from school and discussed that she learned about industrial solar farms that day. She was taught that Illinois is not an ideal environment for large-scale solar production. and that farmland used for these developments may never return to productive agricultural use. Due to contamination, soil disruption, if children can recognize the risks of long-term impacts, why are our leaders ignoring them? Please vote no for this monstrosity. Make the right decision for the future of our county and for our families who have entrusted you to preserve these communities for generations to come. This project will permanently change Will County and not for the better. Vote no. Take a step back and let's get this right. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Steve Becker. I am an attorney. I represent 16 different adjoining landowners to the Earthrise project. So first, I just need to make a legal objection in case this does go to litigation. My clients allege that the state solar statute is unconstitutional based on violations of due process, equal protection, and the separation of powers doctrine. In addition, my clients allege that the county solar statute, which allows for non-contiguous parcels, is likewise unconstitutional under the due process clause and the equal protection clause. In addition, we allege that based on the Agriculture Department's new policy to protect prime farmland from solar, that this area has been preempted actually by the federal government, especially in this particular circumstance because the prime farmland in this particular project is listed as a 236 LISA score, which is extremely high. This is very valuable farmland. It should not be tainted by solar panels. Also, I wanted to bring to the board's attention the Equity Solar decision, which we've heard a lot about recently. I know there's been arguments made by the developer here that Equity Solar means that you must pass this particular project. That's completely false. Equity Solar is a very limited decision in nature, and it has to do with the fact that if the applications are considered complete, then the board has certain restrictions on what they can vote. But we have the exact opposite in this situation because we allege that the application for Earthrise is woefully incomplete. So this decision does not bind you in any way. I know you might have been given advice that you have to pass this. That is simply not true. That's not the facts of Equity Solar. It's a very narrow decision. In addition, I know you may be concerned that you may be sued if you vote this down. Well, I've got news for you. You're going to be sued either way because my clients are going to sue if you approve this project, and otherwise Earthrise might sue you if you deny it. I would suggest you vote with the residents on this because it's very possible Earthrise will not sue you because they are looking, and during our cross-examination, they revealed that they may be looking to get all the federal incentive funds. In this particular project, that would be about $600 million. Thank you. And so that's what looks like they're doing. So if they don't get this project started right now, they won't be able to proceed with it without those incentives. So it's much more likely that they will not sue. And otherwise, if you do pass this, we will sue. So please don't worry about that aspect. Also, I hope that you looked at the cross-examination because you realize that the application was woefully incomplete. There was no farm wetlands that were done by Earthrise. The solar arrays, which are required by the statute, were not complete. Thank you.
Jeff Becker, chairman. I'm the chairman of the Watershed Committee, which is a volunteer organization. First, I just want to say everyone here knows that this Earthrise mega solar patchwork of non-contiguous farm properties will forever destroy 6,000 acres of essential farmland with a high LISA score of 236, with the end result of converting an entire agricultural region into an ugly industrial corridor. Likewise, everyone here ultimately knows the current Illinois state solar law, removing from this board the established LaSalle factors for SUP application review, is patently unconstitutional. This project is probably one of the most unpopular SUP applications I have ever seen come before this board. No one honestly supports it. Due to the Illinois solar law, Earthrise representatives don't believe they have to even engage with the 3 local township boards affected by their project, nor have they tried to win over local residents. Instead, their dismissive attitude and total disregard shown to the local elected township boards, road commissioners, and outright hostility towards the local residents has been disgraceful. The general public in Will County is 95% against the passage of this Earthrise mega solar project. And this is one vote where Will County residents, we will not forget how the vote is done today. The Watershed Committee's mailing list now includes engaged Will County residents across every district in Will County. Will County districts 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are currently split between one Republican and 1 Democrat. And let me be clear, since this Earthrise project will destroy the stability of our 3 townships, ruining our rural way of life, when county board re-elections come up, we will throw our full support to those who vote against this, and we will actively lobby against any board members who vote for it. It's that important to all of us. These are our lives, our homes, our residences, and everyone needs to look at that. Plus, what do you think is going to happen with the ads? The political ads, if you vote for this or against that, that's going to come up in the next voting season. I want to go over the law. Will County's commercial solar law 155-9245 section Q states all applications for special use permits must include the following information. That's preliminary site plan identifying the following: physical features including wetlands, solar panels, and equipment, number, location, and spacing. Those were not included. What the land use is doing is they're kicking the can and they're allowing everything to be moved to a further date. Those things have to be included. The farm wetlands weren't included, the number of arrays, everything was a guesstimate. That's not a complete application, and everyone knows that. So what's going to happen here, all the residents, all the residents are engaged in this. And if you don't do it, we will come back. Thank you.
Good morning. We're Ken and Laura Heydrich, and we live on Bar Road in Wilton Township. We bought our property 26 years ago in order to have our dogs, and I raise and show dogs. So we had to go through the special use permit process when we bought that to have any more than 5 adult dogs. I could have as many pigs, chickens, cows as I wanted, but to have more than 5 dogs, I had to do the same thing that they're doing right now. But I'm telling you, when I did it, I had to have all my application complete. I had to have signatures from the adjacent property owners with the application, not 4 months afterwards. And we had to get okays from the township, all the township committees, roads, fire department, everybody. I had to go to all the meetings, had to do all that stuff. They haven't done the same thing that I had to do as just a person. This big company thinks they can just come in here and get rubber stamped. And it's wrong. It's totally wrong. And you all know it, that this is not right. Who really wants this? Nobody wants this. And the other thing is that I had gone to them and said, look, if you're going to buy all the property around us, this is our 10 acres, okay? This is 1,000 acres that surround our property. And I had Rob came out to my house and I said, would you purchase our property, because we feel like our property values are going to be in the dumper, And he said, oh, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's not going to be that bad. We don't need your property. And he said, we have other properties that we are renting or that we have leased that have buildings on them. We don't know what to do with them. I said, why don't you rent them out to somebody? And he said, oh, no, we can't have people living in the middle of our solar fields. But they want us to do the same. They want us to do that. They expect us to do that. They know that we feel like we have no recourse because of a law that is not just. It's not fair to the people. It may be fair to them. It's not fair to me. So if you guys vote for this, if you vote this thing through, we're toast. And what if they change the law and they've already started on these solar fields? Once they start, you can't go back. So I'm asking you to please not vote for this. Vote it down. because that's what your constituents want. We're not the only one has property adjacent to this, okay? We're just one that has it on all four sides. So I just hope that you can do the right thing and consider being brave and doing what your constituents want you to do. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Jarell Ackerman, and I live in Mokina, Illinois. I fully support solar energy as an alternative to dirty, unhealthy, and climate-warming fossil fuels that also make us vulnerable to wars and political unrest, as we have seen in Ukraine and Iran. I have attended 3 of these informational sessions, and I understand that local opposition centers on changing the landscape, the rural setting that drew many to this area. I respect that and agree that the landscape can bring you feelings of peace and joy. I don't agree that a solar farm alters that. When I see acres of solar panels atop of prairie landscape with pollinating perennials, I smile internally. I see evidence of the hope for a sustainable future, and I can breathe deeply knowing it is improving air quality now and in the future. I have heard opposition centering on concerns about toxicity issues. There's lots of misinformation on this topic. If we don't trust scientists, we must choose our sources wisely. Facts that cannot be disputed are the facts that fossil fuel generated air pollutants kill 6.5 million people every year, and Will County residents are breathing in these pollutants with every breath. The risks from solar panels to our soil and water pale in comparison to fossil fuels. Solar farms benefit the farmers who have chosen to participate and still own their property and supplement their income. It benefits consumers like my daughter, who saves 20% on her energy bill, and it improves our individual health. Local economy benefits from the taxes generated, and I personally will happily trade dependence on Middle East for fossil fuels for dependence on sunshine. I urge you to approve this project for the reasons I've stated. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andy Pinelli. I live in Homer Glen. I thought one of the Will County board members at the executive committee last week summed it up pretty well when he said, "We find ourselves in a situation not of our own making, where we have nothing but hard choices. On one hand, you've got several thousand families who will undergo a fairly dramatic change in community aesthetic, and some may even take a hit on their property values. That shouldn't be diminished. On the other hand, you've got tens of thousands of Illinois families in Will County struggling in the midst of an electricity affordability crisis and facing an emerging grid reliability crisis, some of whom would benefit from the jobs that this project might bring. The choice is clear if you're trying to do the most good for the most Will County residents. It's vote yes on this project and support it. Let's be clear. Electricity prices increased 10% last summer and are scheduled to increase 12% in June. And Will County families are hurting. Demand is going through the roof, and the price increases won't stop there. It's in part because we're not getting enough lower cost renewable energy onto the grid fast enough. Will County didn't create this problem, and it can't solve it alone, but it has an important role to play along with other counties in the state on being part of the affordability and reliability solution. Will County in Illinois needs every electron it can responsibly get it onto the grid from a reliability and affordability standpoint. And renewable energy is the fastest, cheapest electrons to get onto the grid from that standpoint. And regarding the prime farmland argument, let's remember that unlike the warehouses and data centers that have been or will be approved by Will County that can never be returned to farmland, Pride of the Prairie can be returned to farmland at the end of its service life. Urge you to please vote to approve for the benefit of the vast majority of Will County residents, this Pride of the Prairie project. And I want to thank you for all of your efforts on the Will County Board for coming to a conclusion on this very challenging decision. Thank you for your efforts.
Good morning, Melissa Tabiger. I'm just going to make it really short today. I want to thank everybody that's come out to support our opposition to this. We all live in Will County. None of us do want it, as many have said. We're asking the board today to exercise your right and support your constituents and hear your zoning and planning board's recommendations of a vote for no. We've all raised some serious concerns about the wetlands, the installation of the galvanized poles into hydric soils, the destruction of essential farmland and its impacts, and long-term risks to our rural residents' way of life and their essential groundwater that's going to eventually damage our well systems. There's just too many serious unanswered questions for us to move forward today to say yes. I think Steve Becker points out the incomplete application. That's a real thing. I stood here last week and heard the representative from county say that they waived for them. You can't do that. You can't just decide to waive an application requirement. That in itself is just wrong. You know, just say no today. Say no and have them come back with a proper application with questions that all of us have asked and are not getting straight answers on. Utilize the rights you have, this board, and say no. You know, I'm going to go back to what Mr. Jeff Becker said. You know, those that say yes today, we are going to remember you. Will County will remember. We're some stubborn, strong individuals. We will remember come election time. Those of you that step out and vote your heart and vote your constituents' recommendations and hear us and vote no, we're going to support you. Those that vote yesterday, we're going to come for you next election. We are. We're going to use everything we can to get you out of office because you're not hearing what we are asking for. You are going to get sued either way. Vote what you're here to do. Support the people that elected you. That's really all I have to say. You know, please do the right thing. Here are the people that live in the communities that are affected by that are affected by what you're voting today, not the people from Homer Glen that isn't affected. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Starr, and I live in Green Garden Township. I'm not against solar by any means. I am against the massive commercial solar farms where they don't belong, intermingled between people's homes and farms. And as for this special project, it should not be allowed to consume 96 separate non-connected parcels of land. These commercial solar farms belong on commercial or industrial land and on the larger scale acreage needed to fulfill the project. I moved to Green Garden 21 years ago. I value the rural community and my way of life here. I don't want my home value decreased. I don't want to see the surrounding farmland and my well contaminated with chemicals. The farmland compacted, the floodplains, wetlands, and wildlife effective. And not to mention the eyesore of all this solar sprawl. The people that will be coming up here or have come up here that are speaking in support for this project should be required that they are receiving compensation for it, whether a donation, a grant, a very large lease payment, or other such compensation. That would be full disclosure and give a more realistic picture of the supporting entities. I would bet most of these people do not live anywhere near where these projects are being proposed and will not be affected in any negative way. They'll just get their monetary gain, and the rest of us will have to stay here and suffer through the consequences of this for many years to come. Also consider that the monetary benefactors and all of the union employees that will be getting jobs out of this, the money would still be there if the project continued on the proper land that it belongs on. They would still get the job, they would still get the money if it was on a commercial or industrial land and not a rural land. Same project, different blueprint. I really hope that the plea from all of us to not allow this project as submitted will be considered. Our board members need to be our advocates and vote for what we, their constituents, want. We voted you in to represent us, and that is not what all of you are doing. And I hope that the evidence presented by Mr. Becker will also be taken into consideration. It is fine to be in favor of the solar project in Will County, but it should be built where it makes more sense. Deny this project as submitted and require the project to be constructed where it belongs and not where it will disrupt so many lives. Thank you.
Good morning, County Board members. My name is Catherine Raymer, maiden name Norcus. The property that I have is on Bruns Road, just west of Route 45, and it will be affected if the approval of Earthrise goes through. This is where I have called home since I was 15 years old. It will not only be an eyesore from the moment I open my front door, but also in the back of my house. I ask all of you at this moment to close your eyes, open your mind and heart to picture what I say next is your life. 29 years ago, you and your spouse lived in the suburbs of Chicago where your family, a 19-year-old son and 15-year-old daughter, and after 21 years of living there, you both wanted to look for an area that was calmer and more relaxed. Taking many trips around Cook County, decided to drive further south into Will County, where you saw the rich green fields of soybeans, cornfields, farmhouses with cow pastures and horses. You looked at one another and knew that this area is where you wanted to retire with your family and call it home. Away from any traffic, busy intersections, no industrial life, just agriculture. People passed by and actually waved and said hello, talked about how perfect and peaceful the country was. You literally can watch the corn grow. You both made the decision to take your hard-earned money, sell your current home, and build your dream home being surrounded by these beautiful farm fields. Now, 22 years later of creating memories, your husband passes away unexpectedly, and your property has been cherished memory since he's been gone. A company now comes out to here and tells that your peaceful surrounding area of your home will be gone and soon industrialized. The soybeans that swayed in the wind will be replaced with solar panels that can reach 20 feet high with possible glares. The corn will no longer grow, and the areas that surround your home will be unappealing. For a year or two, you will also have to face and just deal with dust, noise, and a constant mess of construction, and be told by people to deal with it or move. This will be the downfall of all our dreams that we have had close to our hearts. Please consider that we have all sacrificed as residents in Will County when making your decision. We are not profiting from this. We are just trying to hold on to our dream of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for what we have all worked hard for. And I myself, I'm on the opposing team. I do not agree with Earthrise. I have in-laws that are in a financial spot that they have to be. So I am very conflicted with this, but I'm looking out for myself as well. And I hope you all do the right thing. Thank you.
Good morning, County Executive, elected officials, County Board members. My name is Patrick Young, Business Representative with the Operating Engineers Local 150. I'm here this morning to let you know that Local 150 stands behind this Earthrise Pride of the Prairie project. Local 150 has been in favor of this project since day one, along with the Plum Valley project. I have attended the open house meetings in Crete, Manhattan. I've attended the PZZ meetings, the land use meetings, and the executive committee meeting. It was stated in the executive meeting and again this morning that somehow I am a paid individual from Earthrise. I'm here to tell you that is an untruth. I come here to support good projects that create work for local tradesmen and women. And I say local tradesmen and women because this body has approved solar projects, 6 of them, 5 to 6 of them on Goodnow Road, 2 of them on Cherry Hill Road. I bring them up because 2 of them are working today, one on Cherry Hill Road and one on Goodnow Road. Drive by that project, and again, I drove by this week, 25 cars on that project, all representing Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Maine. This is why Local 150 supports the Earthrise project, signed to a PLA, which will support local workers and will have community incentives. With that, I'd also like to say that in representing your constituents, 96 constituents have signed leases for solar on their project. Represent those 96 constituents also. Local 150 stands behind this project and hopes you vote yes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dean Christophilus. I am the Green Garden Township Supervisor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do stand here on behalf of the official Township Board of Trustees and many, many residents of Green Garden. We are collectively asking Will County Board to please stand with us and deny the Earthrise solar application that consists of 1.2 million solar panels over 6,099 acres. Also stand against U.S. solar application that consists of 17,000 panels next to a Green Garden subdivision. I believe this morning that you have the authority and the discretion to deny this application. For those of you who may have made up your mind, I am going to ask you to change it this morning. And I say this with all due respect, please understand, our highest obligation as officials is to represent our constituents and to vote consistently for the best interest of the residents. We're counting on you this morning. What has Earthrise done? They have indiscriminately spread 1 million solar panels everywhere in our township. U.S. Solar has chosen to place 17,000 panels, not in our designated area for solar, but right next to a beautiful subdivision and one on its way. If these projects go through, it will permanently change our rural residential community into a commercial industrial township, and it will degrade the quality of life for our citizens. And as a public official myself, this is unacceptable. I'd like to quote in part from a declaration that we're familiar with. It says this, and I quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it." Fellow officials, our rights have been violated. Our lives and our pursuit of happiness has been upended by Earthrise Solar. Our government made a mistake in Springfield. The statutes that govern the solar industry are simply wrong, and I believe they'll be deemed unconstitutional. But what do we do now? The Declaration of Independence uses words like alter and abolish. And in the context of what we're talking about this morning, these words mean one thing: to deny the application. If you believe it's wrong, please vote it down. There's too much at stake. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Christophilus. Dean Christophilus is my husband. He is, as you know, the supervisor of Green Garden Township. Today, I would just like to speak on behalf of the community that I live in. I'm not from Homewood. I'm not from Mokina, and it's not my license plates in there from other states. I live in Green Garden, and I have watched animals in my backyard go through for years. I've watched the natural life. Many of you Democrats, oh my gosh, you've talked for years about the environment. Oh, the environment. We have to take care of the environment. But now the environment's going to be destroyed. and you're going to vote for this. Think about it. It's mind-boggling. I would just like to say that it will forever change our community for the worse and destroy the peaceful lives of many citizens. We will go from a rural residential community to over 25%. Think about that. Look in your backyard. Look in your backyard. 25% of it, solar farm. How does that feel? That's what they're doing to us. There's going to be over 500,000 panels in Green Garden Township alone, and this number will continue to grow. Get this, Earthrise started this in secret 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they came in secret. It was actually by accident that we even found out about it. Why? Because they knew deep down this was wrong. They knew residents would be opposed to such a massive facility. So in the darkness of the night, so to speak, they intentionally were doing this to our community. That's morally wrong. Once they did sit down with our officials, get this. They sat down with Dean Christopoulos and a few of our officials. You know what? They weren't interested in knowing where Green Garden is willing to put solar panels. No, they wanted to know where they could give us some money if we needed a project done, right? As long as Dean Christopoulos didn't speak out against this solar project, not going to work out so good for us, is it? Because we are speaking out against it. It's disgusting. No matter which way this goes, there will be lawsuits. We have a godly, wonderful team of people who are willing to stand up. We have residents that are willing to put their money behind a lawsuit. And last of all, I would like this will be the most consequential vote you as a board will take on. This will affect thousands of residents and determine the future of 3 beautiful townships. I will pray that you will believe that this massive solar project is wrong.
Thank you very much.
And we
Good morning. My name is John Scorless. I would like to ask the Will County Board to vote down the U.S. Solar application that process to place 17,000 solar panels next to Aaronwood subdivision in Green Garden Township. The land of the solar panels will be right next to the subdivision. The land touches the subdivision. It's terrible when U.S. Solar showed us their projected presentation, but they failed to put the photos of our homes that would be affected. I wonder why. As you consider the vote, I would ask you to also think about the hardworking residents of Aaronwood who built their homes here to enjoy the beautiful and peaceful nature of this community. They have raised their families and someday plan to retire in this neighborhood. But most importantly, please do not forget about the children whose lives may be in danger. Just being kids, overly curious and mischievous, just like you and I were when we were kids. No one ever thinks of the kids and their safety being right next to 17,000 panels. This is a tragedy waiting to happen. It's not worth the risk. Please keep the exposure to the hazards away from our backyards. I ask that you vote no if this was your backyard and your children were playing. And if you need one more reason to vote no, look to your left. Look at the poster. How would you like to wake up every morning, look north, south, east, west, and all you see is solar panels? Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to respectfully remind the board, there are 2 solar applications today on the agenda from Green Garden. The ones,
Okay.
not just Green Garden, but that you're going to hear.
I will
them
ask
talk
them to
about both.
identify them. Thank you very
So,
much.
yeah, one is number 10 on your agenda. The other one is number 2 on your agenda. I just want to make sure people
Thank you.
understand.
Thank you for the clarification. If you could identify, if you know the project you are addressing, the case number, if you can identify that for the members. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Baltus, clerk for Manhattan Township. On behalf of the Manhattan Township Board, we respectfully renew our request that the county board postpone its decision on zoning case ZC 25-129, the Pride of the Prairie project, until state legislators have the opportunity to advance corrective legislation restoring meaningful local control. A brief delay is both prudent and justified. We urge you to stand firmly behind your own resolution calling for zoning authority to be returned to local governments. Taking action on this application before Springfield has the chance to address the flaws in Senate Bill 25 would undermine the very position the county board has already taken in defense of its residents and its own governing authority. Manhattan Township is not opposed to solar energy. We are opposed to large-scale industrial solar developments being approved under a statutory framework that restricts county and townships from upholding their comprehensive plans, community standards, and long-standing land use protections. Senate Bill 25 has significantly constrained the ability of local governments to ensure that developers work collaboratively and transparently with the communities most affected by these projects. When there are no safeguards, our backyards are open to anybody, which is apparent with Earthrise's actions this last fall by doing work in Manhattan Township 1 month before even requesting a permit to do so. Importantly, legislative efforts to correct these issues are already underway in Springfield. Representative DeLuca has introduced multiple bills at restoring portions of local control that Senate Bill 25 has removed. These proposals reflect growing bipartisan recognition that the current process is unbalanced and does not adequately protect Illinois communities. Postponing the vote on the Pride of the Prairie would allow time for these measures to be considered and would ensure that Will County's decision is made under a more equitable and community-focused statutory framework. A delay would also demonstrate that the county board stands by its own stated commitment to restoring local authority, rather than allowing a flawed state statute to force its hand. A delay is not a rejection of renewable energy or economic development. It is a commitment to good governance, local accountability, and long-term community protections, because once farmland is developed, it is rarely becomes farmland again. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for the service you provide to the residents of Will County.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Judy Mitchell, and I'm a very proud resident of Manhattan Township. I respectfully request that you postpone your decision on zoning case ZC 25-129, the Pride of the Prairie project, to allow time for a proposed trailer bill to be written, reviewed, and considered by our state legislators. This pause is a more responsible step to ensure a thoughtful, balanced, and collaborative approach to an issue that will have long-term implications for our county. A trailer bill would help address current limitations by allowing municipalities to retain and enforce existing resolutions, provided they meet or exceed state standards while preserving locally adopted comprehensive plans and protecting our community character. I am advocating for reasonable local control so that companies such as Earthrise work in true partnership with our communities. Senate Bill 25 has significantly limited that ability, disregarding comprehensive plans, local resolutions, and long-standing standards that help maintain the character, again, of our communities. Residents have consistently voiced a desire to balance in their community, not to stop progress, but to ensure thoughtful planning and collaboration are considered. Will County regulates that we build on our private property. It restricts how our homes should look and enforce restrictions to protect our interests as well as our neighbors. Large industrial decisions such as this massive Earthrise solar project warrant careful consideration and local municipality involvement. Although a delay may have an impact on state incentives available to Earthrise, it's important to remember that these incentives are funded by Illinois taxpayers and would be better suited for the broader challenges facing our state budget challenges. I ask you now to just postpone your vote and allow time for a legislative solution that restores partnership, respects community planning, and ensures responsible development. A short delay will lead to a more informed and sustainable outcome for the residents you represent. Thank you for your consideration and for your continued commitment to our community. Thank you.
Jennifer Garlitz is my name, and I'm a member of CARE, which is, we're a local grassroots nonprofit environmental organization. We've been in effect for quite some time. One of the issues concerns we're working on is Lincoln Stone Quarry, which is located near Joliet, and there's a lot of unlined coal. It's in a fractured bedrock quarry, and there's coal ash there, and there's no liner, and every time it rains, contaminants are going into the
Ma'am, this is, we have to do agenda
Okay.
items. Yeah,
Yes.
agenda items.
Okay.
Thank you.
I am asking you to vote yes for solar projects in Will County. And I want to talk about climate disruption that is affecting all of us across our nation and across our world. We need to get away from fossil fuels as quickly as we can. We're already living in climate change. We have people with increased seasonal allergies. We have increased tick-borne diseases. We have people who have to work outside in extreme heat. And we also are seeing climate change effects of droughts, flooding, unstable climate temperatures, more extreme temperature swings, increased tornadoes. We can't, I like to be outside a lot in the summer, and I have to check all the time. I have to check the air quality because of wildfire smoke. And this is affecting all of us. And we need to think about what kind of climate we want to have for our
Can we
children,
please be
grandchildren.
respectful of people speaking? Thank you.
So I'm asking you to look at the big picture and vote yes for solar projects in Will County.
My name is Shannon Artema, and my husband and I have 80 acres in Green Garden Township. And I'm asking for a vote of no. And my husband and I actually own a union electrical contracting business. And so we're not anti-solar, we're just pro-solar on the right zoning. And this is the wrong zoning. This is agricultural land that should be kept agricultural, that they're getting by on a special use permit. And I was there last week with a cross-examination, and when Earthrise was asked why they didn't have public community outreach, they specifically said because of the opposition in these communities. So they did not do an open hearing for the public. They were also asked about the number of racks and the number of panels as defined by the solar application, and they could not give that. They said that they are going to choose equipment based on whatever, they feel appropriate. They didn't have to define the number of panels. They didn't have to define the number of racks. And I just feel that this will destroy our community, and I'm asking for a vote of no. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Drugan. I do not live in the area that is directly impacted by this, but I've had experiences in my own community of Bolingbrook of what happens when developers come and start peeling away the land. In our case, it was warehouses and trucks. We're inundated with all of the negativity that comes from that. And so my question to the people that are impacted in this area is that you have prime land that a lot of developers would like to get their hands on. I watched the city of Elwood get decimated by developers who harassed farmers to the point of breakdown to get out of their areas so that they could build the third largest port in the entire world, which is now railroad tracks and semis and everything humanly possible. So if this doesn't pass, somebody else is going to come along and try and get your land for their project. And I think could be warehouses, could be data centers, Southwest airport. I know people are hanging on farmland to put an airport in. And so it looks to me like if I had a choice of all those neighbors, I would go with the solar farm because your land is still going to be your land. And after 30 years, it will go back to your families or your inheritors, whatever you choose to have it be. It'll never be destroyed the way it'll be destroyed by warehouses, data centers, airports, and anything else somebody that wants to make a buck can figure out by taking your land.
My name is Paul DeCosla. I'm a resident of Frankfurt, and I've been following the Earthrise proposal for the past year. Regardless of how you feel about solar energy, I've watched how this flawed and corrupt process has led to where we are today. The idea that one political party can steamroll through all of the checks and balances put in place to protect citizens and strip zoning authority from local jurisdictions simply for the benefit of a specific industry is an abomination. Those of you voting to push this through against the will of the people should be ashamed. You are sellouts. I've watched as payments have been made throughout the county to various politicians, to various local organizations, simply to curry favor. All designed to buy their way into transforming over 6,000 acres of prime farmland. I'm aware of the fact that a lot of these parcels are owned by people who aren't residing in Will County, don't even reside in Illinois. So this transfer of prime farmland isn't as simple as, oh, let the farmers make a buck. They need to do what's best for them. I've heard the argument about the electrical affordability crisis, and I ask, why are we putting a huge data center in Joliet if the electrical crisis is so bad? Because it only seems to me as though that's the reason that this solar farm is being pushed so hard. There's also this idea that it's either, oh, you're in love with fossil fuels or you're for solar panels. There are other alternatives besides transforming 6,000 acres of prime farmland into solar. Solar isn't the only solution here. And this idea that, well, we have to listen to the scientists. Well, the scientists are also the ones who are saying that out of the 50 states, Illinois ranks 49th for solar efficiency. So my last point, we can call it pride of the prairie, but it's really not something that I would be proud of. I would be ashamed of this. So please, don't pass it.
Good morning. My name is Ted Ballard. I'm a resident of Naperville. I'm retired and receive no compensation from any of the parties involved here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to an issue important to residents of Will County and the state of Illinois. I support solar energy generation. It is the least expensive and least polluting source of electricity generation. If your constituents are concerned about rising electricity bills, consider supporting this development. If you care about clean air or climate change, you should support solar power. Our grid needs more power generation. I opposed the data center in Joliet. That was too far down the road to stop that. I opposed the data centers going into Naperville, and we got lucky. We dodged a bullet. Because of rising demands for electricity, including from data centers, solar generation is the fastest way to meet this demand with an inexpensive, the cheapest form of electricity, the quickest to be installed to our solar grid. If grid reliability is important to your constituents, I urge you to support this development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is George Apidis. I'm an attorney with the Labor Management Cooperation Committee at the Laborers Union. First of all, I want to start by thanking all of you for your diligence and the staff of both committees. I know it's been a long process. We're in double overtime now, so it's nice to, be here with you. I wanted to speak briefly about a concept called the velocity of money, which is essentially how many times a given bill is spent in a community over a period of time, or one economy, to be more specific. And what's great about union projects is not only is there more money because they get paid more per job and they get the health insurance and all the famous benefits, it's also critical because instead of what the operating engineer brought up, instead of the money going somewhere else far away, we know that these people live in the community, worship in the community, go to school in the community, do everything here, so the money stays here. I think that's very important. The other thing that's also important is that not only will the current membership and the current community benefit, but this project stands to have upwards of 100 new apprentices work on it, which for some of you who weren't here last time, those of you who were, I'll repeat myself, but is one of the last ways in America where you can have a debt-free path to the future, where you can buy a home, work on the home, have a sustainable family, is through a union job. Otherwise, you don't have to go to college, you don't have to get a master's degree. You can work with your hands and still be proud of yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elijah Hamstra, and I'm 10 years old. I know much of you won't accept stuff from a kid, but I live in Green Gardens. I was born and raised in Green Gardens. One of the things I love about Green Gardens is the beautiful landscape. I would hate for Earthrise to ruin that beautiful farmland of ours by putting solar panels in. My family and I love to take walks and enjoy the beautiful sunsets and view on our walks. And putting in my opinion, ugly solar panels will ruin all of that. I would encourage the Will County Board to vote against the solar panels. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Harry Marwell. I'm the developer representing United States Solar and the applicant for USS Talos Solar LLC, KCC 26-017. First, I'd like to sincerely thank the board, the county staff, the zoning board, and the Land Use Development Committee for the significant time and effort dedicated to reviewing this application. We appreciate the thoughtful questions and discussion that took place during both the May 5th ZBA meeting and the May 7th committee meeting. Last week, I sent a follow-up email, which I believe was distributed to you all by Chuck Pelkey, addressing several of the questions raised during those meetings. I'd like to briefly touch on a few of those topics. First, I'd like to highlight that this proposal has received a full staff recommendation for approval for both the solar and BESS special use permits, as well as the associated variances. Following a full, thorough review, county staff confirmed that the application was complete and that the studies and supporting materials submitted fully satisfy the requirements of the ordinance. Based on that review, staff recommended approval due to the project's compliance with the Will County Solar Ordinance and the Battery Energy Storage Ordinance. Additionally, the project is located on agricultural land that the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District determined through its NRI report is not classified as prime farmland. One of the primary reasons the landowner chose to pursue this project is because the property has not been productive farmland. During the ZBA and Land Use Development Committee meetings earlier this month, questions were raised regarding wetlands on the site. Since those meetings concluded, we were able to complete a field wetland delineation and have brought a representative from the engineering firm that conducted the wetlands investigation to help walk through the findings. I'd like to clarify that this field delineation was not a requirement of the special use permit application, but it provides further confidence in the conditions on site and directly addresses concerns that have been brought up. At this time, I'd like to introduce Matthew Volbrecht, a licensed wetland scientist who can speak in more detail about this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Volbrecht. I work with Westwood Professional Services. We are a civil engineering, surveying, environmental consulting firm. My position there is wetland manager, environmental permitting lead. So I am a licensed professional wetland scientist at the federal level. I am also a Minnesota certified wetland delineator. I am a Lake County, Illinois certified wetland specialist, and I'm a McHenry County, Illinois certified wetland specialist. So our firm did complete the desktop wetland delineation that was used in the permitting process. This delineation was done at a high level, and it's a very conservative delineation. So because of the timing of the year, the winter, we couldn't be out there. So we did it. Oh.
Is this new evidence being introduced right now?
I'm reviewing what was in the SUP.
Okay, that's a fair cry. Hold on now. What do you want to address it?
So to the extent that there is something you heard that was in the public hearing, of course, it's just a review of evidence. Anything new that is being introduced would be not considered part of the record for public hearing purposes.
How will we know which was new and which has already been presented? Because they just said that since the permit was submitted, that they had asked and updated things. So I'm just want to understand if what everybody's being told here is something new.
Sure, and that may be when we come to, I believe this is agenda item 10, the land use, or the land use department can delineate what was in the initial applications, what might be supplemental to that, without the full record in front of me. But generally, anything that's being introduced that's new is not something you can rely on in any land use case.
So is it right for public comment? There's still public comment, so. Yeah. Okay, yes, very good. All right.
So I'll walk through this really carefully then and try not to introduce anything new. I mainly wanted to talk about the fact that the desktop delineation that was brought into the application was called into question at both hearings by comments. That delineation was a very conservative wetland delineation that was desktop. That delineation does meet your ordinance. So the Will County has a wetland ordinance, and that ordinance requires in 164.067, it says that if a field wetland delineation is not available, use the most current NRCS map and NWI map. That was completed. So as far as the question of the wetland application being complete, the application being incomplete because there was not a wetland delineation done. There was a wetland delineation done in the application that met the Will County ordinance. The other question, and this is where I maybe need some guidance, is that there was a lot of questions at the public hearing about wetland permitting on the project and if it was permittable. And I am qualified to speak to that. I don't know, I don't want to overstep, so I want to make sure I'm meeting your requirements.
Sure. So if you're introducing new response to new things that were raised during the public hearing, that would be considered new evidence. So if it was not raised at the public hearing and was not provided information by you or your client, then it is.
Okay. Can I speak generally then?
This is you can speak in public comment as the board just cannot consider that as part of their.
Okay. Yeah. So I have permitted well over 100 wetland projects with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I've been working in Illinois since 2018 specifically on wetlands. In general, wetland permitting is kind of divided into layers with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They have a streamlined permitting program called the Nationwide Permits for Wetland Impacts over half an acre. So, for under half an acre. So anything under half an acre fits under what's called a nationwide permit under the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And then a further division of that is there is a 0.10 acre threshold. So anything under 0.1 acres with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers fits under what's called a non-reporting nationwide permit. And that permit is essentially, you don't even need to contact the Corps of Engineers. You can go out and do it. And that permit is designed to allow things like access roads, farm roads, field roads, municipal projects to be permitted with the Corps of Engineers without any coordination with the Corps of Engineers. Thank you for your time today.
Hey, members of the audience, again, we try to be respectful of everyone in our room here. I get it. We don't always agree, but if they're going to listen to you, please listen to them as well.
Good morning. My name's Barbara Adams. I'm an attorney with the law firm Donahue and Rose. I'm here not on behalf of solar farms or against solar farms, but in connection with two matters under Section 13, number 5 and 6, the Grand Prairie Water Commission and the City of Joliet, property at the southeast corner of Black Road and County Line Road. These properties have been acquired by these two entities for the purpose of developing waterworks systems to bring Lake Michigan water to the communities. I'm here if you have any questions, and thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Maxim Krupski. I'm a resident of Green Garden. In my line of work, I meet a lot of residents, and I don't think we ever been as united as we are right now on this project. And I think the residents speak up their mind. We don't want this project. And I think that should be enough. Anybody who feels that we're going to be able to save $10 on our electric bills, put yourself in the shoes of that family that's getting affected immediately. You want to save $10 at their expense? They'll get your $10 later on. Anybody who feels that the government knows what they're doing, everything that's illegal right now or regulated at one point was allowed by the government and got pushed in our throat by those greedy companies that are trying to do the same thing right now. And I'm talking about asbestos, lead paint, Roundup, all that stuff was legal. That's not anymore. We don't know the long-term effect of this project. And we as the residents, we don't want that. And I think that should be enough. Thank you, guys. Before you vote, remember, put yourself in the shoes of that family.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and County Board. My name is James Walsh. I'm Manhattan Township Supervisor, and I live at 25959 South Cedar Road, Manhattan. I must start out by saying I am not against solar and green energy. If they place it in the right locations, it is just fine. They say California lets their people put in all the solar they want, as long as they don't use good, productive land and try not to interfere with other people's lifestyle, which both of these are what is wrong with Earthrise and what they are doing here to us. The trouble is here we have people coming in from other parts of the country and telling us where and how we should put the solar and don't seem worried at all about how badly it affects local residents. And in a few months, if this is passed, they will pack up their gear and move on to the next big project, and we'll be left with it. The reason this board must turn this down is to let the state know that they are shoving these projects down our throat. We don't stand a chance to make anything workable for us, especially because of the monster size of this one and how many people it affects negatively. Surely if this one is turned down, the state will pay attention because of the size of it. They have to look at, I believe it's the biggest one in the state, they say, and the state surely, if this gets turned down, are going to look and say, wait a minute, we're doing something wrong. And then there is a possibility that other counties will join us because we have not heard of one county that likes it any better than we do. Nobody brags on it. I know you have turned down some smaller projects and the courts have reversed that decision on you, and that has cost you a lot of money. We don't like that. But if this monster one is turned down, and there won't be another chance. The door will be wide open for all the other solar farms that follow. There will be absolutely no control over this. So I urge you as a board to reject this project, and let's start over talking to the state and get a plan that gives us back a fair share of control in what happens to our country. We're asking you to help us because this is just too much and we have no control over it. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Eileen Fitzer. I'm 78 years old and I live in Manhattan. Today, I'm asking you to think about the people who will have to live beside this project every single day. This proposed solar farm will not be somewhere off in the distance. It will be next to my property, literally in my backyard. Every morning when I look out my window, every evening when I sit on my porch, and even every season for the rest of my life, this industrial scale development will become part of my daily view and my daily reality. Yet we must ask to accept these changes to our community without clear answers to important questions. The developer, Earthrise, has only completed one project. There is simply no long-term track record that allows homeowners like me to understand what the impacts may be 5, 10, 20 years down the road. What will happen to the neighboring property values? What are the long-term effects on drainage, soil conditions, wildlife, and surrounding environment? What will maintenance look like years down the road? What will happen when the project reaches the end of its useful life? The truth is that no one can provide meaningful long-term answers because the data simply does not exist. So I ask, what is the benefit to the residents who live here? What is the benefit to the homeowners whose views, quality of life, and rural surroundings will be permanently altered? What is the benefit to those of us who invest our lives in this community? I'm not against renewable energy, but I do believe that projects of this size should require extraordinary scrutiny before they are placed beside existing homes and unproductive farmland. And at 78 years old, I do not have the luxury of waiting decades to discover whether this project was a mistake. If my quality of life is diminished, if my property is negatively impacted, or if the character of my home is permanently changed, I cannot simply start over somewhere else. I spent a lifetime earning the opportunity to enjoy these years on my land. I respectfully ask you to protect the residents who already live here. Protect our land, our farmland, and put the interests in this community ahead of everything. The developer can move on to another project. I cannot move my home or the last years of my life, and I cannot replace the legacy I hope to leave to my children and my grandchildren. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to vote no. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Madison Dalamata. I would like to start my speech with a simple question. How will future generations be impacted from this large project that is being decided so quickly? In August, my fiance and I purchased our dream home in Wilton Township along Ford Creek, completely surrounded by agriculture. We felt lucky to find not just a house, but our forever home. We want a future with peace, open space, and a few kids playing outside and a way to feed ourselves. We are fortunate to experience country living and freedoms that many people have never even seen. I'm 27 years old, and I hope to continue to enjoy our farming community. Like many of us here, I am against using thousands of acres of valuable agricultural land to build industrial complexes. I am a horticulturist, and I truly believe that turning our highly fertile soils into industrial space would be a waste of our country's resources. Granted, industry is growing, or industry should grow to keep the economy moving, but this industry in these locations is not the answer. We are entering an energy crisis, and Band-Aids such as massive solar complexes taking thousands of acres will not heal this wound. I do believe solar can supplement energy demands. However, other options need to be considered to limit the impact of future generations. And as being part of the younger generation, I would like to know, what will the land look like in 40 years? What will happen to the numerous amounts of wildlife we get to see every day? Many residents are against the misuse of prime farmland, and we need our local representatives to protect our irreplaceable resources. Do not disappoint the current and future residents of this community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tim Shanahan, and I live on Brungs Road in Manhattan. I've lived there for over 40 years and raised a family there. All the kids were in 4-H. We raised horses, we raised cattle, And it's funny, the previous speaker said that she moved into wherever it's Green Garden at age 27. I was 35, and that's 40 years ago. So I've been there for a long time. As James Walsh had indicated, we're not against solar. Manhattan has 3 solar projects under construction, including a 69-acre project. Green Garden has solar farms in their township as well in the designated areas. But we have nothing that the size of the solar invasion of the 6,000 acres. I've attended all the meetings regarding the project and have learned a lot about solar and have some serious concerns. I'm concerned about the water runoff because this area is prone to flooding. My area, anyone in those areas, the Crooked Bridge at Bruns and Kankakee, get an inch, 2 of rain, it floods and closed. I'm concerned about the ground from the galvanized support beams, of which there will be 300,000 for this project. Earthrise said they will only leach a little, and that is a quote. I'm also concerned about home values, which will be negatively affected. Who wants to live next to a solar farm? I found the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on May 12th to be the most informative of any that I've attended. At that meeting that lasted almost 4 hours, there was a cross-examination by attorney, Mr. Stephen Becker, who represents various residents of Green Garden and the Earthrise representatives, Mr. Calabas and Mr. Jacoby. It was a professional exchange that discussed the details of the Earthrise application. During the cross-examination, Earthrise answered many questions with maybe, we don't know, I wasn't there at that particular time, and I'm not familiar with the technology you're using regarding the effective waterways. With such a massive project, regarding the land concerned with these responses. At the county board executive meeting on May 14th, there was a lot of discussion regarding the land use committee and the Earthrise application. Board member Dan Butler argued that the Earthrise application wasn't complete and pointed out what was missing. He said the project should be delayed until this information is provided. Other board members argued that the land use committee information met the standards and they'd accept their recommendation. But when it came to the land use advisory recommendation, who voted 4-1 against, I find it very concerning. I hope the board does the right thing. Because these unanswered questions, slow this project down, please. And what's the rush? Please vote to delay. And one PS, they'll never bring this farmland back into use. Ask any farmer that would tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Awful lot of opposition here today. Think the Koch brothers must be in town. Hey, how are you? My name is Gary, citizen of Joliet, citizen of the world that would like to leave it behind for the youngins, and a citizen against ruining the environment for that world we're leaving behind. I'm amazed at all you sighted folk out there obsessed with how things look. You know, when the technology comes, and I know it'll come sooner or later, my instruction to those doctors, I want the very first image downloaded into my visual cortex to be a giant wind turbine gracefully rotating in a summer breeze, surrounded by acres of solar panels tracking the sun. Ah, that's beautiful. Beautiful image of a hydroelectric dam with a floating solar farm tracking the sun, surrounded by kids fishing in that retention pond. Yeah. All right, if you want to really make it give it an artistic flair, make the tower look like the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty. Maybe give it an ancient Greek or Roman look to it. Lots of ways to beautify it. I don't really want to see any fossil fuel burning operations. All right, maybe you could download an image of a coal burning plant surrounded by a demolition crew. Oh, I'd love to see those giant smokestacks crashing to the ground in a plume of smoke before being hauled away to the recycler. That's beautiful. Hey, I come from a family of electricians, so I know firsthand how we just need that electricity. Yeah, I'm not running a data center out of my basement to help the robots replace us with artificial intelligence. I just want the basics here. Power for my refrigerator, my computer, the microwave, the fans. Yeah, we need that power. It's got to come from somewhere. So I just say get with the program and power to the people.
Hello, my name is Darlene Houston, and I've talked before some of you before, I'm sure, as has Gary here. I'm a resident of unincorporated Lockport, so no, I'm not by Manhattan. However, the unincorporated area that I'm in had a lot of farmland. I'm up by the Louis Joliet Mall. Had a lot of farmland when I moved in, and someone asked, would I like to have a solar farm in my backyard? Well, my backyard is only 15 feet, so I don't think it would fit there. I have most of my acre in the front yard, and I would be very happy to see a solar farm there or a wind turbine. And I would much rather see that than the Amazon plant and the Frito-Lay plant and all those other things that are directly across the street from me with bright lights shining down, messing with all the environment, the fireflies, and the other things. I love nature. I love the fact that the solar farms say that they're going to have, and I've seen it, although they let the wildlife through, they let the plants, all the wild plants, they're going to have beekeepers there for the bees, all the nature stuff, all the pollinators. I'm also a member of CARE, Citizens for Against Ruining the Environment. And I still see wildlife, so I can't not imagine that solar farms would ruin and get rid of wildlife. I saw a fox 2 years ago when right after my late husband passed away. I see possums, deer, wolves, rabbits like crazy, of course, hawks. All that wildlife is still there. Solar farms are not going to get rid of your wildlife. You know what's going to get rid of the wildlife? All the cement. That's why we have the animals going to other places. Some of this land is not owned by current residents. I understand that, and farmers. If they sell out to someone else, who do you think they're going to sell out to? Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Please vote to save our planet.
Amen, sister.
Hello, thank you, board members. My name's Ruby Raymer. My husband's George, and this is my daughter-in-law who spoke earlier. Everybody talks about the farm ground and the farmers, but has anybody asked themselves, why has so many farmers put up their ground for solar? Nobody seems to be questioning that. Farmers that have farms have been in their family for decades. Century farms around us. Farmers are struggling. We cannot hang on any longer. I'm going to be 78. My husband just turned 80. He is still actively farming every day. Row crops, bales hay all summer, and we have a herd of cattle. But we can't hang on anymore. We have 2 sons who are working off the farm. One works in the agricultural industry. They cannot afford to come back to the farm. One has no interest. It takes too much time away from their families where they already have jobs. My husband worked off the farm for 20 years. I worked off the farm for decades. My in-laws both worked off the farm to just keep things going. The cost of raising our products has gotten so steep, we can't keep up with it. They're not buying our crop anymore, exports, I should say. It's just, we can just not hang on. So what are the farmers to do? We have turned down solar companies for about 4 years now. But last year, my husband's health took turn for the worst and will not be getting better. He's been diagnosed with dementia. So what are we supposed to do? Our sons can't take over. We have 2 grandsons that are, one's in college, one's going away to college, have no interest at all in agriculture, and we're struggling. So we're down to a couple of options. One was the solar farm. One is to sell our farm for housing. All the people who talked about coming to Will County and building their dream homes and living in the country, you had the right to do that. No farmer stopped you from doing that. But what are we supposed to do now where we're in retirement age? We just can't make it. People need to find out why we're struggling. And I don't know how many people in this room realize when you go to the grocery store, there's a price on a loaf of bread, you pay it. If you want a blouse, you go to the store, the price on it, you pay it. How many people in here realize that farmers take their crops to the elevator and say, how much will you give me today? We can't budget our expenses for what we're going to get for our product. So we're really struggling. That's one of the main reasons we went with solar, and we will not lose the farm. It will still go to our children and grandchildren. Thank you for your time. Oh, and I did send a letter to the board last fall. I hope you all had the opportunity to read it. It explains in more detail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Juan Rico. I'm a lifelong Joliet resident and a business representative for the IBEW Local 176 here in Joliet. I started my electrical apprenticeship on the residential side in 1995. Over those 31 years, I've seen the investment and development of Will County firsthand. I've been blessed to work on many projects throughout the county and worked now in the position as a business rep. I've got to work alongside local leaders that continue to attract that investment to this county. I think what I'll say is that if Will County is going to remain competitive and continue to attract investment and development, that we need projects like this. When I started in the trade, we had 2 generation facilities in this county, one in Romeoville and one in Joliet. Both were coal-fired power plants. Since then, both those power plants have been shut down, and we need the generation. We know what's going on in this country. We see it firsthand in this county. We're going to continue to grow. The country's going to continue to grow, and we're going to have to meet that electric, that generation demand. I believe this project does it in a responsible way. I think it's good for the county to move forward, and I think it'll keep the county competitive, going forward. So I'd ask you for your support. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, Madam Chairperson. I'm Gwyneth Borden with Wilton Township. I'm the supervisor. I'm here to ask that you vote against the special use permit before you today, ZC 25129. The majority of the parcels in this project is within Wilton Township. Also, I represent the entire township. So when I say that, I understand the severity because of how many parcels have been leased or purchased. You have to understand that not all of this land was farmed. A lot of it was farmed but rented. Some of these companies purchase the land and then rent it to the farmers. You have to remember that also the majority of our residents are also against this project. And many people have spoken today against it that reside in our township. So for that reason, I hope you will consider voting with the majority of the residents of Wilton Township and vote against this solar project. Thank you.
I wasn't planning to speak, my notes are very chaotic, but I heard a couple people speaking that were in their 70s and talking about this is the last place that they'll live. Well, this is the place I chose to live to raise my family. We're over in Manhattan on Bruns. It floods already, so now we're going to get rid of wetlands and we're going to get rid of the cornfields, and my property is going to flood even worse. And then I'm reading that it's going to leach. They've already admitted it's going to leach. I have a well. So my kids are supposed to drink out of leachy water? And here I moved to the country to have that kind of a lifestyle. And my baby's supposed to live half a mile away from 6,000 acres of who knows what's emitting it. And it's going to leach cadmium and mercury into my water. I have no idea what this is even, why we're even considering this. Why we have to be here fighting for the 10th time. Why am I not at work? Why? I don't understand. Springfield, literally, we have natural gas in Will County. We're shipping it to Texas. It just takes 1 second of Googling, watching all of you guys, I don't know even who votes here, sleeping and scrolling on your phones. You're not even listening to the residents. It's so upsetting. I'm about to run for office for something. I've got a baby and a 4-year-old. My kid's in 1st grade. I don't have time. I have a full-time job. But you guys are doing such an awful job. And there's no one even here from my generation to represent us. I'm so disappointed in everything. In you people for even considering this, not having a spine. And then the rest of the residents, where is everybody? This is ridiculous. That's all I have to say. And I'm so upset and I just don't understand. It's nothing to even consider. 6,000 acres of land. It's farmland. It will never be usable again. They admit that. They don't even have to remove anything 3 feet below the soil. So the farmers who are renting and saying, oh, I can give it to my kids, you can't, because it will be brown land. It will be essentially a landfill filled with chemicals and pipes that they don't have to take out. And that's why they want your farmland. That's why they're paying so much, because they just can go in and jam it into the ground and be done. They have nothing to clear. It's already cleared. The farmers have done it. And they don't have any, you don't have to mount it on anything. You can just shove it in the earth. So that's why they want your farmland. So I'm sorry to the boomers or whoever needs to retire, but there are people out there, young people who want to farm and want to do it in a better way. I understand. I don't know where that one lady that just spoke went, but you have to do it in a better way than what we're doing now. I do understand that. Has to be, I don't know. Like I said, my words are chaotic because I was not planning to speak, but I was just so upset listening. So I'm done. But this is the next generation. This is who you guys are voting to drink nasty water and to live next to these stupid, giant hundreds of acres of electric that's emitting up. They say pregnant women shouldn't even be near it. I'm supposed to have my baby there? You guys don't think I'm going to sell my farm and move, and every other person here isn't going to do that and plummet the property taxes? We're all going to live in an industrial wasteland? You guys are out of your minds.
Very good. I'm Ed Snow. I live in Green Garden. Year and a half ago, I was in front of you once before, and you very nicely voted down a solar facility across the street from my front door. Now, US Solar decided to try and put one in the next track over, not quite across from my front door. Okay? Only they're backing up right up against a subdivision behind us, and they want to do batteries. Okay? And one thing I said back then, I'll say it again now. Climate change. You all talk about climate change? Yeah, storms are bad. Tornadoes are bad. Ask the people in Aroma Park in Kankakee what they got to do for their backyards that are full of glass and everything else, and the river that is full of panels and whatnot from a tornado that went through there. Here you're putting 6,000 acres in a tornado area, and you want to approve it? Come on, use a little sense. Like you said, let it go. Think about it. Put it off. This is not right. You know it. I know it. I'm so upset I'm not even going to read the rest of what I had here. Oh, benefits. What benefit to the local people that live here? Oh, your electric bill's going to go down. Bullshit. Oh, pardon my language. It went up, and it's continued to go up. And this is not going to solve it. Okay? And in 20 years, this thing, they're going to be obsolete in less than that. So what are you going to do then? Okay? Come up with another solution. It's out there. You just don't want to wait for it. You're pushing this now, and it's going to destroy 3 townships in this county. You know it, and I know it. So you should vote this down, or at least postpone it till you get this stuff straightened out. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm JB. I'm from Manhattan Township. People say government's getting too big. Well, maybe so. You know, planning and zoning voted this down twice, and I hope it doesn't fall on deaf ears. I've been told by a county board member to talk to our state representative. I called my state representative. It took him a week to get back to me. He sent me a publication, you know, as usual, what you put out for the local public. He voted for Senate Bill 25. He was asked to come to Manhattan Township Board and speak. He declined, okay? Last week, I heard board members here say, we have to approve this. Our hands are tied. You know how many times I've heard that? And then last week, it was brought up, well, maybe the county board ought to be cut in half. Well, you know what? Maybe that's not a bad idea. Because if half of you are saying our hands are tied, there's nothing we could do about it, maybe you shouldn't be here. And maybe you shouldn't be here because you're not working for the people. All right? You've heard all these people say the negatives. All right? You got to listen to the people. And it's, all right, I'm going to go here. Must be an election year. Because the county board member says, I'm going to take a resolution to Springfield and I'm going to put the power back into Will County and local government. And then last week had the chance to vote it down and failed. Is that just a campaign promise? There's no bite to the bark. All right? This is what I'm saying. You gotta listen to the people. That's what we're here for. I'm the road commissioner. I listen to the people every day. You and me are a phone call away. Springfield doesn't listen to us. You could see that. Thank you. So please, do your job. When you first got in office, you wanted to serve the people. Do the job. Serve the people, not the big companies. Thank you.
Kind of hard to follow that. Ray Nugent, Wilton Township Highway Commissioner. Jennifer, we talked about, you talked about before about land use and some of the criticisms. Real quick, I would say that I have concern for that. I do believe that some of this was pushed through pretty quick to the point where if I ask Earthrise today where they're going to cross my roads with cable, they cannot tell me. How in the hell can we approve something when they can't even define where it's going? Jim said about the resolution. In the 11th hour, you send a resolution to Springfield. Where were you at a year ago? Nothing's changed other than this is being jammed down our throats. You need to vote this down today for several reasons, but I guess my concern is if your vote is determined by what a judge tells you, then I feel sorry for you. Because that is weak and that is gutless. And you were not elected to be weak and gutless. Getting back to land use, they're good kids, but I sat in on a pre-application meeting for battery storage, and those poor kids had fear in their eyes and admitted that they didn't know what they were talking about. That was several months back. If Pritzker is telling you what to do now, be prepared because he's got his housing project coming, and we're going to have houses wherever we don't want them. We're going to have Section 8 housing and low-income housing all over. So you have a chance to send a message right back to him today. Vote it down. Let's get it right before it comes back to us. Vote no. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Michaelwitz. Been living in Green Garden Township for 34 years. And I'm here about the Earthrise situation, totally against it, okay? Now, I got a question for all the board members here, all the people. What or who influences you when it comes to a vote? Now, I sat, and Mr. Kiefner, during the planning and zoning, he begged the people, give me something to change my mind. Well, evidently, through the hearings or what somebody said or public testimony, Mr. Kiefner's mind changed because at the very first one, he voted for an approval. It's like, okay, cool. So then let's fast forward to land use. And I believe it was Mr. Pretzel who sat up there during all the approvals of different solar companies. And he looked around and he goes, there's no public comment, there's no lawyers, there's no nothing, with a surprised look on his face. But then when it came to Earthrise, that was a totally different story. And those board members up there, they looked at one another and they're like, and I believe it was Miss Newquist that said, maybe we need to investigate this more. And I'm sitting there going, holy crap, Republicans, Democrats, and independents are going to work together? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, that was a freight train because at the executive committee, I believe, I can't say 100%, that it went along party lines. That's flipping disgusting. Okay? So, what's going to happen today? Well, remains to be seen. I'll give you the same question. What's going to influence you? Is it the people that have been here all morning long and through every other land use, planning and zoning and special meeting? I pray to God that you folks, and I know, Miss Judy, you farm, okay? You folks should come in our boots and come at our property sometimes and see what we have. See the years we got invested in our land with our families and our kids. The hours we have put in to achieve what we have. Are we proud of it? You damn tootin' we are. Because we moved out here for a specific reason, and it is not to have solar in our backyards. Final thought, please, board members who are voting, please support the people that supported you to get you in these seats. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Diana Hesseltine, and we are for the solar farm. We have had farm ground out there through great-grandparents, grandparents, parents. Oh, parents, and now it's to our generation. Nobody wants to farm. You can take a Plata survey book from 1960, which I did, to today. Those farm ground, everybody wants to save the farm ground. It's being chopped up and chopped up and chopped up, generation after generation. You get married, you have 2 kids, you divide it in half. They have 2 kids, they've divided it again. How do you want us to keep the farm ground? We're trying to keep it in our family. This is an option, just like the other lady that stood up here and said, we're at an age, yeah, we're the baby boomers. I'm sorry about that. That's just what I am. I'm a baby boomer. I'm trying to keep this into our farm. Now, the Ely, Indiana wanted to plow through it and take 160 acres away from us. Nobody was jumping up going, I don't want the Ely, Indiana. We're going like, there goes our farm ground. That solar farm will keep the Ely, Indiana from plowing through the back 80 of our farm ground. So you don't want us to keep it? Is that what this is? And as far as your well water and the corrosion on the pipes, I have sat here and listened to so many inaccuracies today that I just finally got up and came in here. The corrosion on the pipes, okay, you got fertilizer, pesticides, and weed killer. What are you going to do? Are you going to stop the farmers from farming next? Give us something here. Give us something to look forward to. That's all I've got to say.
Pardon me. I've spoken at every one of these. My name is Alexa Snow. I live in Green Garden Township. First, there was a board member that said, oh, how am I supposed to have everybody else follow the law and then I don't? Well, has anybody ever been speeding? Have you always used your turn signal? Have you always worn your seatbelt? There are times and places where things are not right and need to be stood up against. Talk about sympathy. Oh, I don't live there, but I feel for you. Why don't you come out? Why don't you come out and see what it looks like? I passed them on the way here. Guess what? There was no vegetation hiding it, no screening, no nothing. It looks disgusting. They only want our farmland because it's cheaper than going on commercial. They say, oh, tax money for the schools, it'll be great. Put them next to the schools. Oh, wait, you don't want it by your kids because it could affect them, but it's okay to affect the rest of us. None of these facilities have been decommissioned. There's no proof that they actually decommissioned it. There was one that's been shut down and it was abandoned. They left it there. This is not reliable. It only works when it's sunny and when it's not dusty. If you live out in the country, guess what? There's a lot of dust. Are they going to be out there wiping them down? You've approved so many of these already. You've approved what? I think somebody said there was like 70 and you've approved 60. Why do we need any more? Oh, and by the way, the members that have laughed at some of the things that we have said and made us feel small and that we don't matter, that's really not appreciated at all. And I'm speaking on both of the solars, Earthrise and US Solar, even though they don't both affect me. Pritzker is a dictator, and you're going to let him decide how the residents live our lives? That's not fair. Our military has gone and fought for us, so we have the right to say no to things that are not right. And instead of the government giving them subsidies and all of these other things, why don't you give them to the farmers that have been up here that said, we need help? Why aren't you supporting the farmers? Why are you letting them get away with these big companies doing this? And by the way, they're saying, oh, the people own the property. No, most of them are owned by investors. So as far as them saying that, it's not right. I have lived here for 30 years. And the last time I was up here, I was in tears. I'm up here this time angry. You turned it down before, and now you're going to say, oh, no, we have to do this now. That's not right, and it's not fair. And enough of us has spoke to show you that this matters to us. We matter. In the country, we matter. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Feck. I'm here to speak to really the Earthrise case as well as the City of Joliet, as well as the Water Commission. In a strange turn of events, things just happened to align. I grew up on a Centennial farm in Western Illinois. My sad story, and again, nobody should feel at all sad for me. There wasn't room for me on the farm. I moved to Will County, have been here since '93. We had the chance to buy farm ground, we did. In the interest of full disclosure, Earthrise has an option to lease 100 acres of ground that I'm involved with. There's been so much information. I wish you all the wisdom of Solomon as you make your decision today. None of you guys checked your common sense at the door. There's been a lot of passion here. It's tough on the farm, as the person said. A couple things I'd point to are none of us like getting demotions. I understand the state gave you a demotion. From our standpoint, it allows us to do more with our farm ground and give options. We talked about the law. Y'all took a oath to follow the law. I'm young enough where I can remember in the oil crisis when they lowered the speed limit from 65 to 55. Hey, it's the law. None of us liked it. We can probably have unanimity about that. I guess on the second point, too, we talk about big government of Springfield. We got forced with a threat eminent domain to sell our ground to Joliet and the Water Commission. We bought the ground. We should have property rights. And I know you want to think Springfield's a big bad guy. That's just not the case. I hope you'll follow the law, indicate that Will County is open to business, and follow the law. Ultimately, it's going to come one way or the other. I guess I just would conclude my remarks to the people who are against it. We have all kinds of people interested in our ground. If the other uses that transpired, trust me, you'd be a lot less happy with those options than what this is. And then I would finally close. We have sold off small parts of our farm to people who wanted to get into farming. Whenever we told them, generally speaking, that there was potentially a solar farm going to be next to them, they were thrilled. You all moved out here because you didn't want a neighbor. In some cases, the solar farm, I believe, will be a better neighbor than other options. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'm going to give a last call here for public comment for any of our agendas items. Last call here, going once, twice, all right, 3 times. Thank you. At this time, we are going to be moving on to old business. All resolutions and ordinance from the April 16th, 2026 board meeting have been signed and returned. We are now moving on to, oh, hold on a second. Sorry, usually the board members lead this, so, but since it's under old business, I need a motion for a commercial solar energy facility with 6 conditions. We're on number 2. Can I get a motion? Motion by Trenier, second. Seconded by Winfrey. Discussion. So again, my friends on the board, we know there's a lot of emotions in this, and we're going to see both sides of it. We are going to try to keep you to your 3 minutes as much as possible because, again, I think all the questions have been answered, but I know people have things to say. And if you come back, we're going to keep you to the 2 minutes. So we're going to try to control this as much as possible. And again, we hope that we're respectful to each other as our audience was. So with that, we have Mr. Butler.
Motion to postpone.
A motion to postpone
Until all requirements of the permit are met.
until okay, and there's a second by Member Ogala. Any discussion on the postponement? Member,
Typically, the person who brings the motion is first.
okay, well, then you say you wanted to say something.
Thank you. All right, so first I want to say that the Will County Land Use Department has acted outside the scope of its legally delegated authority by waiving mandatory application requirements for a special use permit. Specifically, the department has excused the application from providing a complete delineation and identification of the wetlands, precise calculations of the total number of solar arrays and panels, and fully executed agreements with relevant road commissioners. By treating these mandatory prerequisites as optional or deferrable, the department has committed a ultra vires, which is acting beyond its legal power, effectively stripping the county board of its ability to make an informed, lawful decision based on a complete record. My argument is that the land use department lacks the discretionary power to waive mandatory ordinances. Under Illinois law, administrative bodies like the land use department possess only the power expressly granted to them by state statute and county ordinance. They do not have the inherent or implied discretionary authority to rewrite the law or waive compliances for specific applications. The words shall and must, when used in a contract in a mandatory sense, both impose a duty on the subject of the sentence. The current common practice for legal writing is trending towards replacing the word shall with the word must as a word of obligation in legal instruments. And in our ordinances, it does use the word must, okay? And when they say must, they say it must include physical features, including but not limited roads, floodplains, wetlands, existing proposed buildings, solar panels and equipment, location, spacing of solar panels, proposed locations of underground or overhead electric lines and utility poles, and landscaping and fencing. Okay. The Will County zoning ordinance outlines strict submittal requirements for commercial solar energy facilities and special uses. When an ordinance states that an application shall provide specific data, the word shall is mandatory and not directory. And in this case, they use must, which is the more current usage of that term. When the department waives these requirements, it is exercising legislative authority, a power reserved exclusively for the Will County Board. An administrative department cannot unilaterally decide which laws to enforce and which to ignore. It is a foundational rule in Illinois that an administrative agency's authority is limited to the express language of the statute or ordinance creating it. Action taken beyond that express authority is arbitrary, capricious, and void. Failure to identify wetlands violates state and county environmental protections. By allowing an application to proceed without fully identifying wetlands, the department is violating both Will County Water Resource Management Ordinance and the Illinois Natural Areas Preservation Act. And that act grants the Attorney General or state's attorney the authority to seek injunctions and pursue civil actions to stop environmental violations or unauthorized development on dedicated sites. And I wonder why that is not being enforced. Premature approval of a wetland delineation cannot be deferred until after permit approval. The county board cannot accurately assess the environmental impact, the soil erosion risks, or required setbacks if the exact boundaries of the wetlands are not known at the time of the vote. So if we allow this, we're going to see a diminishment of standards. Excusing this requirement prevents state agencies like the Illinois Department of Natural Resources and the public from properly reviewing the project's ecological footprint during the mandatory notice and hearing phase. The physical scope and intensity of solar projects are entirely dictated by the number of arrays and panels. A special use permit is tied to a specific site plan. Without exact calculations of the arrays and panels, the county board is essentially being asked to sign a blank check. To approve the SUP, the county board must find that the use will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to nearby property values. If the exact density of the solar equipment is unknown, the board cannot legally make these findings, rendering any subsequent approval vulnerable to lawsuit. And we already have heard testimony in several meetings where the attorney representing many of the people in this project will say that they say they are submitting statements for future legal action. So the grounds for a legal lawsuit are already in process. And we're just handing it to them by not dotting our i's and crossing our t's. Road commissioner agreements are a statutory prerequisite, not an afterthought. Under the Illinois Highway Code, township road commissioners have sole jurisdictional authority over township roads. The Land Use Department has no legal authority to waive or defer agreements regarding road use, heavy hauling, or degradation. A solar developer must secure binding agreements with the road commissioner to ensure public infrastructure is protected before local zoning approval is finalized. By bypassing the road commissioner at this stage, the department is exposing the county and its taxpayers to immense financial liability for road damage caused during the construction phase. And I understand that there's a good faith agreement in state law. If everything has been done to reach the road commissioners and they have not replied, I would like to see the receipts. But for the ones they had replied, we've heard they have not come to an agreement. So my conclusion, the Will County Land Use Department's role is administrative and advisory. Its job is to verify with the law before forwarding an application to the county board. By not following the rules and waiving critical requirements, the department has infected the administration process with procedural error. The county board must remand this application back to the Land Use Department with instructions that it cannot be scheduled for a vote or a public hearing until a fully compliant, complete application, including wetland delineations, panel counts, and signed road commissioner agreements, is submitted for public review. Proceeding on the current incomplete record constitutes a violation of due process and invites immediate judicial review. And I would say that farm wetlands are not a classification of a wetland. So when we say farm wetlands, that is a state of being. Those wetlands could be any type of wetlands that are being used for farming. But once they are stopped being used for farming, they revert back to their natural state. That natural state is what needs to be identified.
Thank you. And I will give everyone else the same courtesy that I have given. Okay, all right, we're gonna have, no, we don't need to yell. Okay, this is how it always goes. One people get person and then the other one, I am gonna take, I am going to give everyone the same respect that extra minutes that I gave Mr. Butler. I will do that, I could assure you. So it is, we will come back though. You will not get more than 2 minutes if you're going to speak again. But we have about 6 minutes here of a speech. We will afford everyone that same opportunity. We will afford it. So with that, we have Member Ogalla.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor.
We are right now talking about postponement. This is about postponement.
Right, I
Yeah.
just want to make sure
Yes,
everybody
and-
remembers that. Thank you.
That's all you, okay. Member Trenier.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am speaking on the postponement. We've already postponed this at least once. It's not going to change the project. And I know, looking around the room, I'm probably in the minority and that there are people here that are very angry, and they have a right to be angry. But I'm here asking a painful question. What is the alternative? Why was there no outrage about the policy or ordinance process in the past? This project has been treated no differently than any other project we have voted on here in Will County in the past. This is a bitter pill to swallow, but threats to us or following the laws created by the state legislature isn't productive. This project will bring many tax dollars to our schools in that area, keeping property taxes lower for the residents there. In addition, it'll help with our energy needs, and this project is temporary, up to 30 years. This land would then be preserved. This land will rest for a few decades. The soils will regenerate. They're going to have native plants planted on them. They'll be ready for farming in the future. I know a lot has been made about the LISA score, and I just recently got educated a little bit about that, and I'm doing more research. But the LISA score is more than just the productivity of the farmland. It has a lot more to do with the area that the farm is located in. I don't,
Well, yeah, I mean, just as germane as what Mr. Butler said, so please continue. No, that's
I
not, you're talking about
expect-
postponement. Go, no, we're done. I'm going to allow people to speak because if it's postponed, they may not have the opportunity to speak. So everyone's going to get their time now.
Yep. I don't expect everybody in this room to love solar panels, but I will follow the law and choose for the survival of our community. The landowners made the decision to sell. They have land, they have a right to sell and/or lease. The legislature has tied our hands. That's not going to change in the next week. I know we've heard that Representative DeLuca has introduced legislation. I read that legislation. It clearly has to do with municipalities, not county unincorporated land. Springfield is actually doubling down. We heard this week that they're going to reduce our ability to legislate the buffer between the solar panels and the neighboring properties. This is not an item that we're going to have a choice on. They continue to tighten the noose and eliminate our setback authority is just a part of it. I'm not a sellout. I'm following the law. And I will be a no on postponement because I don't believe that that's going to change the law. Thank you.
Member Brooks.
Madam Executive, my question is on the postponement, and I need you and/or your legal staff to answer this question. Number one, I have constantly heard that Earthwise has submitted an incomplete application, and I need to know if that's true or false. And two, while you ponder that, I have been told that our Land Use and Development Department is inept and have not done the proper due diligence to bring this before our attention. Before I vote on postponement, I need to know, Kevin, is it, Madam Executive, is it incomplete application?
As I said during the executive committee, we rely on the experts within the land use department. They are experts in land use planning in various areas. They have indicated on the record, and we're subject to quite a bit of questioning. They believe the application is complete.
Thank you.
That is, as to your second question, that's not a legal question. They've answered the questions.
What exactly is the determination that makes them an expert to answer that question?
Put down.
That they know how to be able to read and interpret the ordinance better
Let's-
than the state's attorney or the other members of this board?
Go ahead, you're on. Go ahead, you're on.
Well,
They'd be
the question is twofold. What makes them experts? Well, in the legal sense, that would be being qualified in a court. We're not there yet. You, as the county board, have designated a lot of this review to the land use department, evidencing that you want them to act in administrative manner to review these applications. So your own ordinance has designated the review to the land use department.
Member Burke, thank you. Member Berkowitz.
Please call the question.
Is there a second to call the question? Ortiz? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on calling the question.
Richmond? Yes. Williams? Yes. Dean Schlottman?
Yes.
Ogala?
Yes.
Pretzel?
Yes.
Newquist? Oh, sorry. Butler? No? Do you say no? No. No. Newquist? Balich? Oxley? Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Ortiz? Berkowitz?
Yes.
Hickey? Costa? Trainier?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
With 20 members in the affirmative, we will call the question. Again, this is to postpone the project. You are voting to postpone the project. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Pardon me? No, we have No, we have one, we had one no, we had one, are you asking for a verification of that vote? We have one. 19, 19 to 1, I'm sorry, 19 in the affirmative. Thank you.
Ready?
They've got a. Yeah.
All right, Richmond,
Just to postpone, yes.
Williams, Dean Schlottman,
Yes.
O'Gala,
Yes.
Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler,
Yes.
Newquist, Balich,
Yes.
Oxley, Brooks,
Postpone.
Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
12 in the 12? 12 in the negative, the motion fails. So we're moving on to item number 2. The commercial solar energy facility, approving this commercial solar energy facility with 6 conditions, ordinance number 26-109, ZC 25-129. So we will continue. Any comments? Any discussion? We had a motion and a second. Member O'Gala. Nope.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot of conversation here, pros and cons for this. We've also heard from the local farmers. Some farmers have chosen to go ahead and lease this property or sell this property to an LLC that's in Texas. My family farm was purchased in 1955, and my husband and I are the second generation. We have been through many ups and downs of farming. So when you hear somebody saying, "Oh, do you know about how it is to farm?" Yeah, I do. I do it all the time. In addition to that, my husband was a 134 electrician, and I'm an IT professional who is retired. So we have a large background in many different things. But for me, the importance and the future of our world relies upon protecting our farmland that we have today. I've watched these solar facilities be built. They do disturb the soil. They move the soil around. They put in large driveways for different vehicles to get through. It disturbs the soil. It won't be pristine. Farmers who follow conservation practices make our ground the best that it can be. To say that future generations aren't wanting to do it, well, there are. We saw a young mother and others that have come up here. They've bought farmland. They're coming out. So the next generation would buy the land. I think that the state of Illinois has made a lot of really bad decisions in deciding to favor one industry over any other industry and give them carte blanche to say, yeah, you can go ahead and you can build this on agricultural land or commercial or industrial, just anywhere you want. When does that ever happen with a special use permit? It doesn't happen. And why I'm going to be voting no is simply one reason. I vote no to other projects when they're asking for a special use permit, so it does not negatively impact the residents next door. This will negatively impact 6,100 acres here. Last month, 2,400 acres of Earthrise was approved in Creed Township. That's 10,000 acres just there, add that up, plus what's already been approved. We talk about the jobs that'll be created. I get it, construction jobs, I get it. That's what the line of business is that these people in this room are that's what they do. It's construction, temporary jobs, that's what their jobs are. But what are the long-term impacts and the job loss that's going to be found with relation to all the farmland, not only here in Will County, but elsewhere in Illinois, that's being taken out of production? You don't know what that number is. How many less bushels of corn and beans and wheat and rye will be produced? A lot. That impacts your seed, the guys who sell the seed, the guys who sell the fertilizer, your implement dealers, the combine sales, the tractor sales, tire sales, then take it to the grain elevators. Those jobs will be lost because there'll be less need. Take that to the food processors. or the soy diesel processors. There'll be less to be available for all that. So you will lose jobs everywhere for the construction jobs that might do this. So the long-term impact for this solar is much more negative than anything else. And I did hear that we've shut down coal plants and we're shutting down natural gas. Why would we do that? If we're in an energy crisis, why in the world would we do that? Because if you look into how solar panels are developed and everything that goes into those components, there's absolutely nothing green about it. I will be a no vote.
Member Newquist and then Pretzel.
Thank you. Over the course of our discussions about this, I have had an awful lot of my constituents reach out to me about this. And I am truly grateful for that. I've had some great conversations with people, whether they agreed with my stance or not. But for me, I do understand and I sympathize with the residents, but for me, it really boils down to the fact that the state of Illinois has removed our discretion in this matter. And I really and truly feel obligated to follow the law, especially because I sit up there and I tell everyone else that they have to follow the law. And I know this will not make me popular, and Mr. Becker's threats notwithstanding, I understand the sentiments involved here. But I really and truly feel obligated to be a yes on this vote. And I'm not discussing the merits of the project. There are pros and cons. And people that have called me, believe it or not, you do have some neighbors, not just farmers, that see the pros in this. So that's all. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Member Pretzel and then Butler.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I heard one of my colleagues.
Okay, hold on. Hey, we're not going to have the members of the public try to be threatening to our board members. We understand they're here to vote. We understand it is a difficult situation, but if you really can't control yourself, I would suggest stand outside because we're not going to have this.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I heard a colleague say that this project is being treated like all other projects. The problem with this one is it is no ordinary project. We've never seen anything quite like this one with 96 individual property owners, non-contiguous, I might add, taking up over 6,000 acres, drilling in over 300,000 posts that, quote, leach a little. The state statute has completely emboldened this applicant and others to the point where they now feel like they don't have to follow required steps and standards that we've grown to expect. I actually think it's very telling that this applicant, Earthrise, didn't even bother to come talk during public comment today. I haven't seen that before. And the reason is he probably doesn't have to, because enough of this board has been scared by the state statute that they're just going to go ahead and rubber stamp it, no matter how many people come to us today and tell us this is definitely going to change life as I know it. This board approves 9 out of 10 of these projects that come before us. The problem with this one is the size, shape, and unknown factors that Member Butler so eloquently brought up today that we just don't know, but we're willing to blindly approve before we know how they're going to navigate around the wetlands, whether they're going to go under some of the roads with some of their wires, where it even goes, how many posts. There's so many unknown things, but we're just going to go ahead and approve it. If they did it like they should with 96 different applications, many small projects, not one mega giant project like we've never seen before, just based on the precedent of this board, we'd probably approve 90% of it. But they're going to ram it down our throats because, again, they're emboldened by the state legislature. This board has a long precedent of supporting the board members that represent and live in the communities that are impacted by land use cases. What that means is we usually say, hey, member so-and-so, I know this is your district. How do you feel about it? But in this case, nobody seems to care that Green Garden Township, Manhattan Township, Will Township are being impacted by this. The representatives that represent other parts of the county are just going to go ahead and not take into consideration what the board members that represent those districts and all the people that came here today are asking for. Well, I say shame on you. I really do think you've forgotten that you're supposed to be the voice of these people. So nobody thinks this project in its whole current form is a good project. Even the people that are coming to talk to us about the benefits of solar, they acknowledge that this one's a little bit different, but quote, for the greater good, we should just swallow it. I took notes on the people that came here today to support it. We had one from Okina, one from Homer Glen, one from Local 176, one from Local 150, one from Bolingbrook, one from Naperville, one from Joliet, one from Lockport. We did have a few farmers that came here to say they support it, but they're cashing out. So we know why they're here. They're making money from it. How come nobody really supports this project that lives in it? There's got to be a good reason for that. This applicant is completely emboldened. They know that there's a good chance that this board is just going to approve it because they're afraid of getting arrested or being held in contempt. So they didn't bother having an open hearing to let people talk. They didn't bother meeting with the road commissioners to hear their concerns. They didn't bother following the laws and started some work before they even had a permit. It's disgusting, and I hope that you guys vote no on it today. You were elected because you wanted to be a voice for the residents that you represent. Don't be intimidated by the state representatives that don't know where Green Garden or Manhattan even are on an Illinois map. Please follow your heart and vote no today.
Member Berkowitz, then Butler.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So one of the things that strikes me over the last couple of years that the county has been inundated with these solar facility projects is the inconsistency and the inequitable standards in this legislation that has come from Springfield. And it is not fair. It is not equitable to the people who call Illinois and Will County home. For example, zoning. We have a land use and development committee. People come before us and there are expectations. We have ordinances. We have a criteria to follow. However, there are special exemptions for an industrial market. A market composed of solar, wind, and battery storage. Springfield has given them an exception, unlike anyone else in this county. Is that fair? No, it is not fair. And we are forced, we're being told that we have no choice but to allow an industrial use to come in and build, because it is building and construction on rural property. In addition to that, and there's very little talk about this, is the financial inequities. We are told all the time by many of these projects, oh, you will receive millions. And I've asked a number of times, what is the breakdown? Give me the dollars. I'd like to see what those dollars are and how it's divided. We have levies. I'd like the information. It's rarely ever been offered. There have been a few projects that have had a breakdown and presented it to us. And again, the statute, again, inequitable treatment to the people in Will County. For example, the school districts receive much, much, much more money than the other government entities. And one of those that appear to be at the very, very lowest bar is the county. And yet the county will take on the burden that we could experience in the future because we don't have a history. We don't have anything consistent to really look at the risk factors that this industry is bringing to our country, our county. If we have a tornado, who pays the cost for EMA to go out and clean this up? Again, questions that we don't have conversations about this, and we can't get the facts. I appreciate the information that I received regarding an existing solar facility, but what I found is that this use is allowed to depreciate their equipment, because again, this is an industrial use, and that can effectively lower their tax rate. I have asked to have staff here to discuss this, and I'm hoping today that that is going to happen, that we will have an open conversation on the county board floor so everyone can understand the inequities that this is creating. I took my tax rate as a Will County taxpayer, the dollars that I pay, and I divided it up per acre. And basically, if I had an acre of land, my tax bill would be $58,000. However, and I don't, I have a much smaller plot of land, thank God. However, if you look at a solar facility and you look at their assessment and what they pay per acre.
So Member Berkowitz,
It's-
you've been about 5 minutes. I want to make sure that we're staying focused on the project and what, okay.
Exactly.
Well, then
It is.
you've had about 5
It is.
minutes, so I'm going to give you another minute, please, to get your thought through.
Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
I don't know why you had to interrupt me, but,
Because again, I'm trying to get to the point so we can,
and
I
my
guess,
point
understand.
is that
There we
the
go.
the burden of the residents, what we pay, what we are assessed and we pay per acre is far greater than this use, which is an industrial use. And at the end of the day, the residents are subsidizing. And our elected officials feel it's more appropriate to place the burden on the homeowners and the business. Think about that. Your elected officials feel you should bear more burden of taxation than an industrial use. And I have constituents practically every day tell me how they're struggling financially in this state. So as a county board member, I can work hard to try to alleviate that with our levies. But with this project, because of these issues, I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Butler and then Richmond.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to, earlier on, there was a comment of integrity, and I just want you to understand that in no way do I feel that there is a problem with integrity with our land use department. When I first came to this board, I remember there was times that I stood up and I said, hey, point of order, and I was told to sit down. And I said it again, point of order. And I was told to sit down again. And then finally I yelled it a third time, and the parliamentarian said, you have to take his point of order. And you turned to me and you said, Mr. Butler, what is your point of order? And then we proceeded. And since then, when I have said point of order, You have taken my point of order, and I appreciate that. Because until that day, that's just the way things were done. It wasn't the rules, but it was always done that way. But someone had pointed out. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm not saying anything did wrong. They just do it that way, okay? But it ain't the rules, okay? Must be done before a special use permit can be issued, okay? It's a small distinction. They could say, well, yeah, but they're going to get it to us. And when we finish and we get the actual building permit, they'll have it. They'll be complete then. That is not what the statutes say. That's not what our ordinances say. And that is not a strict adherence to those rules, okay? And that happens in a couple cases with the road commissioners and with the wetlands, the planning of the wetlands. When we talk about wetlands, farmed wetlands are just wetlands that they allowed people to farm. It's not all the same wetland. They're different. They call them farmed wetlands because they farmed them. That is not the type. That is not identification. It is more bland of identification than the ones they entered in the staff report. Okay? So the idea that it is complete is not correct. Okay? Who looks at those words? Who decides if farmed wetland is an actual identification for that wetland? Nobody. It slips through the cracks. And if you don't know, you'd say, well, it says wetland after farm, so it must be identified. But the reality of it is not, okay? And it takes people like us on the board to investigate and to check that out. Anyone who's been out in Green Gardens or is associated with that land understands that there is huge flooding problems out there, okay? The roads weren't put in, planned properly, I would say, because a lot of the roads pitch one way and the water's coming and it backs up and there's no way to get rid of it without changing major properties. The water level is already like 15 inches from the ground surface. I mean, that's not like the rest of this county. It's not like the rest of Illinois. The water table's already high. So when we talk about this acidic soil with the high water level and the poles going in there, yeah, if you had a fence on the outside of the property, come on, it's a fence. But when you have a grid of 300,000 posts in the ground in acidic soil and it's leaching in there, no, the zinc doesn't kill the plants outright. It's not going to poison us, but what it does is it kills the microbes in the soil. They die. Soil is like living. It's not dead. You need those microbes in order to have healthy plants. So in effect, that's how it gets poisoned. The other thing is there is a huge loss of land going on here. Many of these people from Green Garden are here because 25% of their agricultural land has just been sucked up this year with solar. 25%. I just, in Will County, the whole county this first year, 4.7% of agricultural land has been sucked up by solar. So this is a real problem. It's affecting a lot of people. It's not just one, like, Mr. Pretzel said, one solar farm, small, manageable in an area. It's spanning all the way through our county. It's different, and it's going to affect a lot of people because we're not taking the time to make sure that they adhere to every bit of that application and make sure they get all their information in. We're going to be making a decision today based on an incomplete application. And everyone had a chance to have it postponed to get those questions answered, and they chose not to take it. They chose not to take it. They did not, they wouldn't have put them in jeopardy of being sued or being prosecuted because we're not saying we're not going to do it. We just want to make sure it's complete. And that was a choice that everybody made here. So I'm saying that we should not approve this because this is incomplete. Thank you.
Member Richmond?
Thank you. We've heard a lot of discussion about solar, not only today, but in past meetings and in a number of other parcels. I think the number is somewhere around 77 cases we've heard. We've approved 60 or 70 of them. Let's just call it roughly 90% of those solar things that we've approved. Why have we approved them? We've approved them because they worked hand in hand with the townships or the municipalities, put them in where their comprehensive plans called for it, and they worked together. Some cases, to your point, Frankie, nobody even shows up to dispute it. It goes through it. It's a relatively painless process. So we're not against solar. This is 96 parcels. Let's just take the math and extrapolate a little bit. And let's just say that they broke them all up. Maybe we'd have 48 parcels that would maybe get approved. And I'm just throwing a number out there. 50%, that's below what we've approved so far. That's probably not the right number, but that would mean that we would have a lot fewer discussions. People would be working with their hand in hand with their local representation, the townships and or municipalities and the citizens. And we could have probably gotten labor involved on possibly half the projects. They would already possibly be working. But the problem is that this is such a massive project, 6,000 acres. It takes up 3 townships. And everybody knows the statistics, 300,000 poles and all this other kind of stuff. But the difference is that they didn't work hand in hand at a local level. And that's what this requires. It requires it at a local level. Everybody's talking about that, well, it's, the state is mandating it. The state doesn't even know where we live half the time, let alone the fact of what's going on in our communities. Us as local representatives, that's our job, is to represent the citizens and represent their best interest. I've said all along, I've said this for 2 years now, at a national level, we're trying to onshore as much manufacturing because 5-6 years ago, we found out just how bad we are in a position as a country because everything is manufactured in other countries. If we bring it back to the United States and we bring it back to here to the central part of the country, Illinois is a great place. We've got waterways, we've got railroads, we've got airlines, we've got roadways, etc. I was fortunate to be at fortunate to be up with some friends. The gentleman's moving to Alabama, but we had a conversation and we were talking about it. And one of the gentlemen chimed in, and he recently, when he was a young man, got a job, and he was out in California, and he went to the job interview, and this is Jermaine, because what it was is he said, the reason I got the job is because I told him I was from Chicago. And you know what the business owner said? You're hired right here. Interview's done. You can, if you want, you can start work tomorrow. And he's like, well, that was pretty easy. He goes, the problem is that the thing that you told me is the fact that you are from the Midwest and I know you're a worker. People on these other coasts aren't workers. He goes, you're hired right here and there. So we do have a very productive workforce. And what we need to do is figure out how to bring more of this manufacturing, the right kind of manufacturing, back to the state. The problem with this project is 6,000 acres. From what I can understand, from what I'll be able to find out, the next closest project in Illinois is like 4,000 acres. So this is 50% bigger. Had it been broken up into parcels, I believe that we would be a lot closer to having, shovels in the ground, so to speak, and projects being done. But it would have been hand in hand with the community, not in an adversarial relationship that we have today with 96 parcels, 6,000 acres. So I just like to see us work closer with the local communities, not only ourselves as a county board, but the townships, and these big projects just don't do it. Thank you.
Member Brooks and then Logan.
Madam Executive, I have been told that my vote, I'm gonna call it A, B, and C. A, no matter how I vote, I'm gonna end up in court. So I had to pick my fight, which one I'm gonna go to court over. B, I was told that if I don't vote correctly or in a certain way, I may not get reelected. And I would have you to know this. I've always listened to both sides of every vote, Madam Executive. And if I've ever voted erroneously in this board, I don't deserve to be reelected. Whoever runs against me, I'll tell my wife to vote for them. And third, I leave this with you. The third thing is, I heard that there are some financial gain for elected officials based on our vote. I would tell you this, I may not know all the other 21 county board members personally, but one thing I do know about them is something called integrity. I don't believe that we're sitting here influenced by money for our vote. So I will vote again based on everything that I've heard with all the other votes that I've ever made, and that's what my decision will be based on. Thank you, Madam Executive.
Thank you. Member Logan, then Trinier, then Ballage.
Okay, thank you. In hearing the public comments, I did hear the unions talk. One thing they didn't mention is that this was a good location. I'm all for unions. If we don't have unions, we don't have bridges, we don't have buildings. I mean, and that goes without saying. But they never once mentioned that this was a good location. I do like the fact that he did mention, and I forgot what it was, one of them mentioned about out-of-state people coming in to work these deals. I don't particularly care for that. I like to keep everybody in-house. So I do thank the union for talking about that. The residents, all they talked about was location. This is a horrible location. I don't think any of them said that they didn't like solar. They just said they didn't like it here. One thing I haven't heard, and I need 2 questions kind of answered, and I'm not quite sure how we're gonna get these answered. One, I hear that the permit is incomplete or incomplete. I don't know which one it is. Can we have land use actually tell us if everything is complete? Per the ordinance, not per what they believe, because once I believed in Santa Claus and I found that wasn't true, so.
Hello, Brian Radner from the Land Use Department, and I have Margie Kenny with me too. Of the question that's been asked about a complete application, the application is complete based on all the required submittals in the zoning ordinance. These are the same requirements that have been applied to all solar facilities and all zoning applications, and the applicant has submitted all the necessary material.
Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Logan? You have-
No, just, that was it. I just
Okay.
want to know if that's
Okay.
per our ordinances. Okay, so that answers a lot of questions. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Well, hold on, we're going in order. They won't go far, so.
I'll just ask one
Okay.
question. Do we know exactly how much revenue this is going to bring in for the taxpayers?
Do anyone have that answer? I don't know if we have that answer.
I mean, the Land Use Department doesn't have an estimate on any revenue. It's not germane to the request of the requirements through our zoning process. So.
Okay, I'll let Member Butler talk then. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we're going in order, yeah. We're going to Member Trinier. I just stick around close in case you have some more questions, folks. Member Trinier, then Ballage, and then Butler.
I think I was next, but.
You're next.
Okay.
You're on.
Well, I just wanted to speak to a couple of the comments that have been made. There are 36 members of the state legislature that represent parts of Will County, various different parts. I happen to know some former legislators. One of them sitting right here, our executive. I think they know where we live. I think they understand what we're going through, and I think they've made their decision. It's not popular. I will say, yes, we've approved about 90% of the solar projects that have come through our county. But I will also point out that they were not unanimous. I don't even know if I could name one that was unanimous. We've always had, it seemed to me in my memory, and I have a cold today, so maybe my memory isn't working that well. But I seem to remember on almost everyone, there was at least one person that voted no. And on many of them, it was, a squeaker. It got through by one vote. And I would also say that my experience in my local community with projects, you come before them, you have a concept plan. Your planning and zoning committee votes on it, then your village board votes on it, or your city council. But it's not until you get to the next step, which is the actual building permit, that many of the changes evolve. To say that this application is not complete when our staff is telling you it is absolutely complete, I don't know. Do you think, Madam Executive, if I say it loud enough and long enough, it's going to be true, even if it's a lie? I don't think so. The staff has told us, our state's attorney has told us, according to our ordinance, according to the ordinances probably of many communities here in Will County, the application was complete. The next step is the actual building permit. I have a new acronym, by the way. It's not NIMBY anymore. It's BANANA. Build it anywhere, not anywhere, near anyone. BANANA. Thank you.
County Board Member Ballage.
Motion to call the question.
We have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This is to call the question. Call the question.
Richmond? Richmond? He said no? Okay.
Right, correct? You said no, correct? Okay.
Williams? Dean Schlottman?
No.
O'Gala? No. Pretzel? Butler? No. Newquist? Balich? Oxley? Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey?
Yes.
Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis?
No.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
With 12 in the affirmative, we will now vote on a special use permit. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. We needed 13 to pass as the motion fails. So we are going to continue with discussion. So we have Member Berkowitz is up. For the second one, so we're going to limit unless you.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Since staff has come up already, I would like either the assessor's office or the treasurer's to come up and
I don't know if we have
discuss the
either of them here.
depreciation.
And I'm gonna
yes,
argue. the
Jennifer,
fact-
let me finish.
Well, I'm gonna argue the fact that this is not germane to whether or not.
It
we
is
approve
germane
The
to the-
special use permit. No, we never have asked how much does a company come in? How much is your business going to bring in order to make a decision?
This
It's
is a
not
question
germane.
for the state's attorney.
Is this
Kevin, as a county board member representing the people, I am expected to cast a vote on this project. I have questions, and I would like those questions answered. And this is pertinent to this project. And I would also like an open conversation with the public present so we can all understand how the taxation works and the implications of that. So I would like the assessor's office to come up to explain this depreciation, which apparently it is stated that at some point in time, and again, I would like staff to address this, is it a year, 2 year, that this type of?
Member, what's your question for the state?
No,
attorney? You've
I
asked
haven't,
them. I'm
Okay,
telling you,
my
it's not
question
germane to
is,
this vote.
Does the county executive have the authority to prevent me from being able to ask questions to an elected official regarding the taxation implications of this project? Does she have that authority to say, They cannot come up and have an open conversation on the county floor board.
So the answer is twofold to that. The executive is the chair of the meeting, so she does control the meeting. I think the more important question is, well, and that's actually twofold as well. I don't believe there was anything about taxation presented during the public hearing, so it's not something you can rely on. Secondary, the state has taken that ability away from you to consider the tax implications. They have given very limited things you can consider.
Let me repeat again. I am not asking to change or alter that. I am asking for an open disclosure of the process, an open discussion. And I would like the county staff to come up to describe the depreciation process. It is germane to this project and every project. Multiple times, we have been told we will earn millions of dollars. If that statement is made, I am simply to educate myself to understand what the numbers are. I would like to have an open discussion and have staff explain that.
Well, I'm going
And
to intercede
explain
again
why
and say it's not germane, and I'm making a ruling that we're
It
not
is
going to call,
germane.
we're not calling the assessor up. This is not how we decide whether there's a special use permit at this time. So I made a decision. So if you'd like to ask other questions, we do not have the
Excuse
assessor
me.
here. You've asked a detailed question that
You
we
do not
expect.
vote
Yes, I do.
on this project
You're
unless
correct.
there's a tie.
You're
But I
correct.
do.
But I'm telling you right now
And
that
you-
it is, I made a
Jennifer, you
ruling
do
that
not
we're not.
tell me what information
All right.
I use
Do you have
to
a
make
question for
my
anyone before I turn
decision.
your mic off?
Does she have the authority to prevent me from being able to ask these
All right,
questions?
there's your question.
I'll repeat. what
Yes
I
or no?
I'll answer the question the way that it needs to be answered. What I'm telling you is whether the state, or whether it depreciates property values, whether it reduces tax income, whether Earthrise came to you and said, guess what? This is $1 billion windfall for you guys. I would tell you to disregard that as well. That is not one of the considerations the state has allowed you to do. I'm not in favor of solar or against solar in this position. My position is solely to tell you what you can and cannot consider. And the state has gone out of its way to say you can't consider depreciation of property values. You can't consider the traditional LaSalle factors. So whether the depreciation would apply and at what schedule it would apply, what the tax benefit is or isn't, is not a germane topic for your vote on the special use permit. And that is because the state has taken that from you.
If you have a question.
So I spoke about the inequities of all of this. We have a use that can come in, build and construct an industrial use, no burden to change the zoning like any other person would have to do in this county. Any other person would have to go through the process and change the zoning. Not this industry, not solar, wind, or battery. No, they don't have that burden. In addition to that, it alarms me that this tax burden that they have can be alleviated by a depreciation process, which apparently we are being told as elected officials, we do not have the right to ask questions from our assessor's office to clarify this. We're not asking to change it. We want the facts. We want the information. Apparently, that's not possible. I want to note that as a homeowner and a taxpayer, I don't get to depreciate my house. And every day that house, the things within it break down and need the roof, the heater, the windows. We don't get to depreciate that, and do not interrupt me.
Well, I
County
got to
executive.
get you back on track.
And we do
Member
not get
Berkowitz.
to lower our tax rate. So I want to make a note that again, the fact that this is not consistent, it's not fair, and to me, it doesn't even make sense.
Thank you.
And I am very disappointed that anyone in this county would make the choice to take away our voice, which is exactly what you are doing right this moment.
No, I don't think I'm doing, I'd
Yes,
ask that you
you
find
are.
your information out before. We can't expect someone to come up here and to give a lengthy dissertation on your question. You are a county board member.
It isn't
You are
a
here all month
dissertation.
long. You can ask them at any time. You've been in land use committee. You can ask these questions.
And I
Please do
have
not pretend
multiple
that your voice is
times.
silenced.
Last
You are just
week
not prepared.
at executive.
Member Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, can I have my land use department back?
Yes, you can. Land use, can you please come forward?
I'll be directing some of these questions both to the state's attorney and in case there's no answer from one.
And this is, so you know, this is your second time, so this will be it for you as well, sir. You are going to ask questions. Yes, it will be.
It'll
You
be
can-
brief.
I'm sure it will.
I have questions, not a statement.
That's very important. Thank you.
Okay, so on the agricultural impact mitigation agreement, there's a bond that has to be put up, right? In when the deconstruction's happening, there has to be a bond. Yeah, so, and that's part of that AIMA agreement, right? So what is that bond? How much money is it?
So in terms of that agricultural impact mitigation agreement, they are to submit a deconstruction plan at time of permitting that outlines what the cost would be for that bond, and the AMA agreement stipulates the time frame for that bond.
So this agricultural impact mitigation agreement is one of the items that is supposed to be completed for us to issue a special use permit. So that is not done now, but it will be done before construction.
The AMA agreement has been submitted, signed, and executed from the Illinois Department of Agriculture and with the Earthrise team. So
But it
that
doesn't-
agreement is correct.
But it doesn't include how much money will be allocated in that, for that bond for deconstruction. Is that what you're telling me?
The AMA agreement explains that that comes later.
What comes later?
The deconstruction plan as well as the surety bond.
So we're entering, we're going to, you're saying that there is no money that is decided. So on a 6,000 acre solar facility that's going in, if it gets decommissioned in 30 years, we don't, as of yet, no money has been allocated for the deconstruction of it in that bond. Is that what you're telling me?
Actually, for all the solar facilities that have received building permits, they have provided a surety bond and they have a deconstruction plan or decommissioning plan. So it has been done for permitted facilities. This is an unpermitted facility. The actual construction costs have not been finally determined and what it will cost for decommissioning when we get to that point. And before we issue a permit, we will have the surety bond in the office.
And please don't take offense. I remember I apologized to you after the last meeting for badgering you because I don't mean to, because you're a very nice person and a hard worker. But this is a case of the chicken, or what came first, the chicken or the egg. You know, the agreement says this stuff's supposed to be done, but yet it's not. Okay, we'll move on. For road agreements, are we to understand that if no response is given to the solar company when they call like a road commissioner, that then there's a good faith clause that comes into effect and they can proceed with their permit?
That is correct. The good faith effort is certified mailing with their intentions to meet with them
That's so
and
people
to
can't
provide
dodge it.
evidence.
And so the road commissioner can't dodge them. and
Can you
hold up
please,
the
no, you're giving your own opinion. Can you please let her answer the question?
I thought she did.
No, let her finish.
We did receive certified mailings for each of the road districts within this project scope.
Okay, does that same good faith clause go into effect when they are talking with the road commissioner but have not yet come to an agreement?
If I understand the question, it's either or. In terms of the submittal requirements for the special use, the road authority's approval would be required for that building permit.
Yes, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but this is where I have a little bit of trouble because I would like the state's attorney to talk about the good faith agreement that's in the state statute. Is that for road commissioners that are not replying? Or can they just send it to anyone? And even if the road commissioner says, yeah, we'll work with you, but we don't need to talk to you anymore. We already wrote our letter. Is that the way it's supposed to be? Or is it supposed to be for road commissioners that will not reply because they're being stubborn and they're halting a project?
As it's written, it says certified letter with a returns receipt requesting evidence of good faith to contact the applicable road authority. So that, I think that's met when there is no response.
So when there is a response, that's not really applying to that. There should be a written agreement because it says that there should be a written agreement with the road commissioner. But the good faith clause comes in when the road commissioner is not cooperating. So we've heard road commissioners talking to them, but they haven't come to agreements. But yet we're being told that it's complete. I'm just saying, these are, I know it's gray. It's a gray area and people get confused and I understand that. And that's our job to kind of sift through it. So I just asking, has the completed natural resource information report by the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District, do you have that in the packet? Have they submitted their final report?
In terms of the NRI report, we did provide a follow-up memo for the public hearing that concluded their site visits, which is what they were addressing was deficient in the original NRI.
Will Cook Soil and Water Conservation District was satisfied with all the reports that everything was good, that they weren't waiting for more information before the final permit was issued?
My understanding with the two subsequent filings from the Conservation District, they were satisfied based on the NRI reports that they submitted to our office.
Okay, and just as a matter of record, could I be, and I get we're going to have to vote and I'm not going to hold up your proceeding, but I would like a copy of that. All right, and then on the last thing is with the wetlands. Now, I noticed in some of the description when they outlined the wetlands, they named flooded farmland, wetlands. Is that a legal description of a wetland? Is that the intent? Because some of the other descriptions on there actually describe the soil conditions and the plant life. So I'm saying, are we supposed to? Is this a legal description of the type of wetland? Or because when we refer to farm wetlands, we're not really speaking about a specific soil type or plant vegetation. We're just talking about, yeah, it's a wetland and we farm it. So I just want to know how that becomes a classified wetland. And is there something in the law that says, yeah, you can use a classification like that? Because it doesn't seem very descriptive.
All right, I'll try and best answer your question going back with where this information came from. In the zoning ordinance in 155-9.245, it says that a preliminary site plan showing wetlands and floodplains is required as part of the application. So they use a couple of different sources to locate that information. One is the FEMA flood insurance rate maps, or FIRM maps as some people call them. They show the known floodplain boundaries, both unstudied and studied. And then there is the NWI, which is the National Wetland Inventory Map. And they submit that all those designated wetlands that are on that map are included on the preliminary site plan. It is just that. It is a preliminary plan. It is not a final plan. It's based on those two sources. Now, if somebody did take the extra step and had already completed a wetland delineation, they could show that on there too, but it's not a requirement of the zoning ordinance, nor is it a requirement of the state statute regarding solar farms. When we get to the building permitting phase, we will look at all of the wetlands, and the county's stormwater management ordinance and water resource ordinances have requirements for wetlands in there. Now, there's a couple of things that are going to happen. Either the Army Corps is going to take jurisdiction of some of those wetlands, and they're going to have to follow their specific requirements if it's under Corps jurisdiction. Or if it's a local wetland regulated by the county, then they're going to have to follow the wetland requirements for the County of Will for unincorporated areas. And depending on the quality of the wetland, which is determined by the wetland delineation prepared by a professional that's qualified to do that analysis, there'll be different buffer requirements depending on, is this a high quality wetland? Is it just a low quality wetland? And so the buffer requirements will differ between maybe 50 to 100 feet.
And you're saying that'll take place before construction permits are issued, correct?
Correct.
But as I read the ordinance, that those things had to be done before we issued a special use permit. And the only reason I say that, and I make such a big deal out of it, is because that's our job, is to make sure that those things, that everything that they require to be on that special use permit is done. But by your admission, it will not be done. You're saying it can't be done, but it's not really you don't have the authority to actually just say, hey, I don't think that's going to work. We're going to have to wait till afterwards because it makes more sense. I mean, it has to be done for us to vote on a special use permit. So. Yep.
Yes. Yep. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Madam Chair, I'm not an attorney, but I believe this line of questioning from county board members is outside the scope of the 2 public hearings that we have already had. And this information seems to be new, and we all understand that we are not supposed to consider new information. So I just would like to warn the county board members of the questioning.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will.
As always, we give a little bit of leeway. I think some of the questions are calling for land use to make. I mean, they're being cross-examined in the sense that we're outside the public hearing. The questions, I think what they're saying is that those come later, and that's something that the county board has delegated to the land use department to look at a later date. Not that I've not heard them say that they've waived any requirements, and I don't think they're saying that they waived any requirements.
I'm going to give you a little more leeway to answer a couple more
I
questions.
just
but-
want to explain that I'm not bringing up new evidence. I'm questioning the procedural.
We've already said you can move on. Just go ahead. We've already said you can move on. So
Yeah.
just focus on.
Okay. So that's, that's all I have for you. Thank you. And I just wanted to, as a final statement, that modular nuclear is a viable source, and it will more than likely be
Thank you.
the alternative energy source.
Thank you. Member Dean Schlottman.
I'd like to call the question.
I think can we do it again? Oh, I
Okay,
don't know if
do it
we can,
again?
I don't think we can do it
Right,
again.
all right.
Good try, but I don't think we can.
Okay.
We have just 2 more speakers and they're both repeats. So hopefully we'll keep it short and quick. Member Pretzel.
I'll go quick. Thank you. So, Member Trainier and her comments actually reminded me of the kind of the makeup of this board and the history of these solar cases. What makes this project unique is how big it is. Over 6,000 acres. If you take out the other Earthrise project, I don't think the next closest one would even be 10% of the size of this one. And we've voted down a handful of these projects. There are members of this board that would probably prefer we landscape the entire county in solar panels, and they're going to be yes to all of them. And there are some that vote no on all of them, but most of you are open to the individual project. And I ask you to be the same way on this one. If you're somebody that thinks that this project is going to benefit the residents of Will County and you think it's a good project, then by all means, vote yes today. But if you have some concerns, if enough people have come today to say, I don't think this is good for my community, then please consider voting no, like you have in the past on some of these other projects. Nobody's even bothered to make a amendment to help the people holding the poster that are surrounded on all four sides. It's amazing to me that you're just going to approve that. If you've ever said no to a project, surely there's something in this one that has you a little bit concerned. So I'm asking you today to please vote with the people that you represent, vote with your heart, and be a no on this. Don't be intimidated by the state legislature. Thank you.
Member, all right. Member Trenier, the second time, we're going to keep it short, please.
Yes, I will keep it short, and I won't call out anybody's name because our rules are very specific that we're not
Okay, we just-
supposed to. In the Peatone paper dated Thursday, May 21st, Earthrise estimates the project would generate 3.5 million in property tax revenue in its first year and approximately 81 million over its 35-year lifespan. Peatone School District 207U alone is projected to receive 1.8 million in year one. Now, this was from their report by an Andrea Ahrens, who apparently attended the meeting and paid attention to the commentary by the petitioner. So it looks like it's going to bring a lot of tax revenue. The only thing I don't know, and I'll be very honest about it, I do not know what the current tax revenue of this property is. So I can't say if this is more or less, but clearly they gave an amount. Thank you.
So thank you, but again, we cannot take this as I told member, I know, just, okay, if it's in the hearings, it's great. She was just repeating. Judy, you've already talked twice. I'm going to end up with member Ogala, who, I'm sorry. I meant to say member Ogala's, I think I combined Julie and Judy, but it's member Ogala.
People do that. I don't know why, but, so one thing that we have never heard, we hear about what taxes will be generated. We have never heard what will be lost by this. We have never heard the revenue stream that Will County generates for corn and beans and wheat and rye. Nobody's given us that information. And the amount of jobs that we lost, permanently lost, because 30, 40 years, you're going to have to find something else to do if you can in the meantime. So we've never heard that. So whatever little taxes might be generated, the overall loss by this size of a solar facility in the middle of our rural agricultural areas is so significant, you should have to vote no. You should have to vote no. Just because Springfield went ahead and did this based upon their green energy debacle of saying every other type of solar energy every other type of energy is wrong except for solar and wind and battery storage because it pollutes the earth. That is ridiculous because the solar energy is not just sucked into from space and just transported magically to the connectivity lines for ComEd. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it that does that, and it's not green. So I think we need to look at that. And when we talk about the legislators here that represent us here in Will County, a member had said there was like 31 representatives. Due to the gerrymandered way that our districts are, we do not have fair representation. My district, I used to live in the 40th state Senate district. I ran for it in 2010. I no longer live in that because it's twice different censuses has drawn me out of it. And I have my legislators live in the city of Chicago or some south suburb, and they don't care at all about the rural areas. They have all supported this. They've all gone and supported this legislation in Springfield, all of them. And they are of one particular party. And it's not mine. And now we have a member of that party who voted for Senate Bill 25, but now he's proposing more legislation. I certainly hope that's because some of these legislators have opponents and they think that they're going to end up in trouble because of it. Because we cannot be fair to our constituents if our districts are not fair. I urge you to vote no.
All right, seeing no more comments, we are going to vote on the special use permit for commercial solar energy facility with 6 conditions. Ordinance number 26-109, zoning case 25-129. Madam, we had a motion, we had a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler.
No.
Newquist.
Yes.
Balich.
No.
Oxley. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
No.
Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
With 12 in the affirmative, the motion carries. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. So if people like to stay, they could stay. But they can also dismiss, and we'll let our county board take a brief break. I think we have a majority of our board back here, so we will begin. There's no new business. We're going to go to Land Use and Development Committee. Chair. Well, I'm not really, he doesn't vote, so I'm not worried about Mr. Mahoney. But yeah, I'm going to get this started. Yeah, they'll come in. Chair Pretzel. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Executive. First up under Land Use and Development Committee meeting, ORD 26-141 for zoning case 25-098. Map amendment from E2 to A1 in Green Garden Township at 11952 West Pauling Road, Manhattan, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. PZC voted 6-0 to recommend approval. Land Use and Development was 4-2, also approving, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Brooks. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond,
For number one.
Or number one, I'm sorry. Yes.
Williams. Dean Schlottman.
Yes.
O'Gala.
Yes.
Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler, Newquist, Balich,
Yes.
Oxley,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Yes.
With 20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Excuse me. Next on the agenda, ORD 26-142 for zoning case 25-137. Map amendment from R4 to C3 in Lockport Township, 3262 South State Street, Lockport, Illinois, County Board District Number 5.
So moved. It's in my district and I approve this.
Second, Pretzel.
Motion, motion by, okay, motion by Oxley, seconded by Pretzel. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Berkowitz, seconded by Dean Schlottman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Throw me off there, Mr. Oxley.
Sorry, I'm struggling with my voice.
Hey, Mr. County Board Member Pretzel, you got to get out quicker or
I
he's
know,
going to
right?
take your motion
It
away.
won't happen again.
All right.
Slow you down.
ORD 26-143 zoning case 25-134-9955. Special use permit for an outdoor storage in Wheatland Township at 9955 South Mandel Street, Plainfield, Illinois, County Board District Number 10. PZC voted 6-0 with 2 conditions. Land Use and Development was 6-0 and 2 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
ORD 26-144 for zoning case ZC 26-027. Special use permit for a bar/tavern in Joliet Township, 1619 East Cass Street, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 6. Oh, man. You guys are-
Okay, you're good.
I will second it.
All right, motion, all right. Motion by Brooks, seconded by Pretzel. Any discussion? Previous roll call by, all right. Previous, okay, so we have, I'm just going to make sure. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlottman, O'Gala, Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler, Newquist, Balich,
Yes.
Oxley,
Present.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Yes.
Yeah. Present?
18 members in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next, ORD 26-145 for zoning case 26-019, Grand Prairie Water Commission. They're requesting a special use permit for a major public utility in Troy Township. Vacant property on east side of County Line Road, south of West Black Road, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 1. PZC approved 7-0, land use 5-0, and I so move.
By Pretzel, seconded by, by Dean Schlotman. Discussion?
I approve.
Madam, discussion? Mr. Revis?
Is there someone from land use staff that could give a more detailed explanation of what's going on with this? This is a pretty large scale project and I'd like it in the public record. I'm sorry, land use, to make you come back up. So as you're getting ready, Marguerite, I just wanted to mostly confirm that this is for the purchase of the land that this is going to go on, or what exact, can you just give me the details, please? Thank you.
Marguerite Kenny with the Will County Land Use. So this project and the subsequent one are dealing with the Grand Prairie Water Commission's extension of Lake Michigan water to the 6 counties that make up the Grand Prairie Water Commission. And so each site has their particular requests. This one would be the intermediary water storage facility for the project. So they have one closer to the city of Chicago where the water is actually going to come through. So they'll have their water tower, pump stations. And so this particular property will house basically what they need to continue pumping the water south.
Speaking generally to this project, are there further legislative actions that we're going to take as a board surrounding this project? And can you preview those right now? I'm sorry if it's out of decorum.
I do not know of any further requests before you. What's before you in terms of the land use is they need a special use for a major public utility to permit it on the 20 acres that the site sits on.
Okay, and so all other action with this is to be determined, yet to be foreseen.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Marguerite, while you're there, because you said 6 counties, is that accurate or
Or
6?
6 communities.
Okay, thank
So
you.
City of Joliet, Shorewood, Crest Hill, Romeoville, and Minooka.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other questions, we have a motion and a second. Would you like a previous? Previous by Winfrey, wait, do we have a clean roll? No, we don't have a clean roll. Sorry. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Flotman? Ogala?
Yes.
Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler?
You answered for me. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I heard that. I heard a very.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Richmond? I'll start over. Richmond?
Okay, yes.
Williams? Dean Schlotman? Okay. Ogala? Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler? Newquist? Balich?
Yes.
Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan?
Yes.
Freeman? Revis? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Sorry. Hickey? Trainier? Van Dyne?
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
ORD 26-146 for zoning case ZC 26018, requesting a special use permit for a major public utility, Troy Township, vacant property at the southeast corner of West Black Road and County Line Road, Joliet. County Board District Number 1, PZC and land use were unanimous with approval, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlotman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
ORD 26-147 for zoning case 25142, requesting special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Troy Township, vacant property at West Shepley Road, Joliet, County Board District Number 1. PZC was 5-1 with 3 conditions. Land Use and Development voted 6-0 with 3 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel,
Second.
seconded by Trenier. Any discussion?
Previous.
Previous roll call, but, oh, I'm sorry. No. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlotman? Ogala? Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler? Newquist? Balich,
No.
Oxley,
No.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis,
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
12 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next, ORD 26-148 for zoning case 25-114, special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Moni Township. Vacant property at the southeast corner of South Will Center Road and West Court Street, Moni, Illinois County Board District Number 3. PZC voted 5-1 with 6 conditions, and Land Use and Development voted 4-2 with 6 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
12 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Number 10, ORD 26-150 for zoning case ZC 26017, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility and a special use permit for a battery energy storage facility, Green Garden Township, vacant property on Stunkel Road, Frankfort, Illinois County Board District Number 3. We're going to have 2 votes on this. On the first one for the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, PZC voted 4-3 to approve. Land use voted 0-6 to deny, and I so move.
Okay, hold on. I think we got, so are the votes, I think they're labeled separately they're labeled separately in our agenda, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make it aware because, yeah. So we're doing the first one. Would you like to, the first vote I have is for, we're doing number 9. Did you read 10?
Did I skip
Okay.
9?
Did we skip 9? Okay, we did skip 9. I'm sorry. That's why, yeah.
Did we?
Maybe
My
not. Did we, okay, yep.
All right, I apologize. I'm going to go back a little bit.
All right.
ORD 26-149 for zoning case 25-141, special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Crete Township, 24117 South Volbrecht Road, Crete, Illinois County Board District Number 3. PZC voted 5-1 approving. Land Use and Development voted 6-0 approving with 3 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. So I have a question. This says that it's a special use permit for 2 commercial solar energy facilities. So I'd like land use to just clarify that. I'm
Are you-
looking
are you at number
at the
9?
staff report. I thought
No, we didn't do 9 yet. He had to go back. We're reading 9 right now.
I thought we were 8. This is not 8?
No, we're
Okay,
at
number 9, we're on number 9. So,
We're on number 9.
all right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman.
Yes.
Ogala.
No.
Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz.
Yes.
Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Is this, can you change mine to no? Yes, you can fit now. I know, I got in there. So, change mine.
It's 15 in the affirmative. The motion carries.
Now on to number 10. ORD 26-150 for zoning case 26-017. Special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility and a special use permit for a battery energy storage facility. Green Garden Township, vacant property on Stunkel Road, Frankfort, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. We're going to have two votes. The first one's for the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. PZC voted 4-3 to approve. Land use and development voted 0-6, thereby denying. And I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Member O'Gala.
Thank you. So we had a long discussion about this at the, at our Land Use and Development Committee. And we also read all the information from the Soil and Water Conservation District. And the soils in this area are not conducive to having this amount of galvanized poles into the ground. There's a lot of worry about a lot of flooding, and the area south of it and around it is always flooded. I've driven out there when there's been rains. Always that area, for some reason, I don't know why, but it's always very wet. And so I think that this would be a bad place to put a solar facility and also battery storage. So I would urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Berkowitz. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? O'Gala? Pretzel?
No.
Butler? Newquist? Balich?
No.
Exley?
No.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Trainier? Van Dyne?
I lost track. 11 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
On to number 11, resolution 26. Oh, sorry, I'm off today. The second one is for special use permit for a battery energy storage facility, same address. PZC voted 2-5 to deny. Land use voted 0-6, thereby denying as well. And I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Member Newquist.
I just want to confirm, this is not mandated for us to approve, correct? This is not covered under the solar siting law? The battery storage facility, I mean.
Correct. We had staff run it again last night. The battery operations portion is considered under the LaSalle factors. There has been no ruling requiring that that you consider those as the same as a solar facility. The battery is different. Now that will be changing, just as everything else is. But as we sit here today, the LaSalle factors apply to the battery storage component, which is what you're voting on.
Thank you. I just want to comment that one of the reasons why also we were concerned in land use was this was not a particularly comfort inspiring presentation, and I will not be supporting the battery facility. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? O'Gala? Pretzel?
No.
Butler? Newquist? Balich?
No.
Exley?
No.
Brooks?
No.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Trainier? Van Dyne?
19 in the negative, the motion fails.
Next, resolution 26-151, a second extension request for a special use permit extension request, special use permits for rural events with 6 conditions, and special use permit for ancillary liquor service in conjunction with agro-tourism. with 3 conditions in Troy Township at 19833 South County Line Road, Joliet, Illinois County Board District Number 1. Land Use and Development voted 6-0 to approve for rural events with 6 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlottman, Ogala, Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler, Newquist, Balich,
No, excuse me, yes, I was reading the wrong one.
Oxley,
Yes.
Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Trainier, Van Dyne.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Now the special use permit for ancillary liquor service in conjunction with agritourism with 3 conditions. Land Use and Development voted 6-0 to approve, and I so move.
Hold on a second. I'm not. I'm confused now too. Mr. Pretzel, which one are you? I only
So-
have one agribusiness here. And so are we on number 12?
No, number 11,
Okay, so those are 2 parts.
one's for
Okay.
rural events,
My-
one's
my-
for the liquor license.
Sorry, that's my fault. Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. I think we're good to move on.
Yep. So no, we haven't voted on it yet because I
Oh.
stalled it. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? I don't remember. We had a complete clean roll. Is there previous? Previous by Freeman, seconded by Richmond. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 12, there's going to be 3 votes on this one. Resolution 26-152, second extension for zoning case ZC 23023. Special use permit for manufacturing and industrial services with 5 conditions, a special use permit for manufacturing and industrial services with 5 conditions again, and a special use permit for manufacturing and industrial services general with 5 conditions. Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago, 18500 9th Street, Romeoville, Illinois, County Board District 5 and 9. Land Use and Development voted 6-0 for all 3 of them. We'll start with the first one, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Ogala. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Winfrey. You have a comment? Member Ortiz? Okay, all right. So we have, I never know how to do this because I can't go previous. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlottman, Oxley,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ogala. Oh,
Yeah.
no, okay,
Comes first.
all right. Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler, Newquist, Balich,
Yes.
Oxley,
Yes.
Brooks. Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Trainier, Van Dyne.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, the next special use permit for manufacturing and industrial services, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. A previous roll call by Ortiz, seconded by Ogala. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And third, special use permit for manufacturing industrial services general, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Ortiz, seconded by Ogala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 13, Resolution 26-153, a third special use permit extension, special use permit for a landscape and lawn maintenance business with 5 conditions in Homer Township, 17958 South Cedar Road in Homer Glen, County Board District Number 4. Land Use and Development was 6-0, therefore approving, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Member Okay, that's fine. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley.
No.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Okay.
15.
15 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Resolution 26-155, a second special use permit extension request for special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility with 3 conditions. Vacant property at the southeast corner of,
Yes,
I keep doing that. Sorry, guys. 26-154, first special use extension request for special use permit for rural events with 6 conditions. 25-640 West 109th, 19th Street, Plainfield, Illinois, County Board District Number 8. Land use was 6-0.
All right. Okay, guys,
Second,
let him
Pretzel.
finish. Let's let him finish. Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Is there any discussion? All right, I don't think we have a clean, we need to take a roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay. Resolution 26-155, second special use permit extension request for special use permit for commercial solar energy facility with 3 conditions. Vacant property at the southeast corner of South Nacky Road and West Loves Lane, Crete, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. Land use and development was 6-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Is there a previous, or do you have discussion?
And so maybe somebody from land use can answer.
Member Trier.
I think there's like 3 or 4 of these here that are all this TPE company. Did we get any explanation as to why they haven't begun construction?
Question for land use. I
Yep.
believe a lot of it is they're always waiting on access from the power company. So
okay.
they're all they're all very close, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna let Margie.
No, thank you. That does explain it. We've had our own problems with getting pipelines moved and stuff when we were doing Weber Road, so.
But yeah, so the request for the extensions regarding solar, many of which they just have yet to get their permits issued, and to establish their special use, they need the permits issued. So they're in the final stages to get approved. But they're just requesting a little bit more time so that they can get that permit issued and begin construction.
Right. We have a motion, or did you make a motion yet? We had,
I
yeah,
did.
motion, a second. We're in discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. I know it.
Do they want previous?
Previous.
Oh, we have a motion for a previous? Okay, no, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne.
13 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Resolution 26-156, a second special use permit extension request for a commercial solar energy facility with 3 conditions, vacant property on South Will Center Road in Moni, Illinois County Board District Number 3. Land use voted 5-1, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Bullocks, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
26-157, second special use permit extension request for a commercial solar energy facility with 4 conditions, 8209 Kennedy Road in Peatone, County Board District Number 2. Land use and development voted 5-1, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Dean Schlottman, seconded by Bullock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 26-158 for third special use permit extension request. Special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility with 15 conditions in Shanahan Township, vacant property on Utility Amico Road, Shanahan, Illinois County Board District Number 1. Land use and development voted 6-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Hickey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next land use and development meeting is scheduled for June 4th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, sir.
I just want to say in 4 years of being on the board with Member Pretzel being the chair of land use, I don't think he's ever made a mistake. So I don't know if pigs are flying in there. I know you had a long day. So Frankie, you do a great job as the land use chair. Good job.
Yes. Very nice. Our Chair Newquist, we're moving on to Finance Committee.
Okay, I didn't think we'd ever get here. For Finance Committee, we have a consent agenda. Does someone want to remove?
Okay, hold on. No, we have to. Member Ogalla, which numbers would you like removed? Or letters?
Resolution 26-159.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, Member Newquist, you can do all your consent and then go back to A.
Okay, we'll do our consent agenda, which consists of Resolution 26-160, appropriating funds on hand in the 911 ETSB budget, and Resolution 26-161, delinquent tax resolution, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist. Seconded by Hickey. And that's all we need, right? Okay, all in favor?
Well,
Any opposed? Motion carries.
okay, going back to number A, Resolution 26-159, establishing a policy to address the elimination of pennies by rounding down to the nearest 5 cents on cash transactions. So we had a pretty lively
We need a motion.
Sorry.
Motion by Newquist. Seconded by Trinier. Back to you, Chair Newquist.
Okay, we had a pretty, lively discussion on this, and basically, we wanted to round down instead of up, just because of it. I mean, quite frankly, it looks better. It's giving people a tiny bit of a break, but this only affects property taxes paid by cash. That's the only thing that this actually affects. And if every single person in the county, all 256,000 parcels or whatever, paid in cash, this would cost the county approximately $11,000. So given that only a small percentage of people actually pay in cash, I believe that, if anyone's here who can correct me, feel free, but I believe that Tim thought the more likely effect was about $3,000. And so that would be like if your property tax was blah, 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 69 cents, it would become blah, 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 and 65 cents, basically. So that's how this would work.
Member Revis.
I guess I was a little confused with the language. So we're not rounding down on the change in which we give them after they make their payment.
No, we're rounding down the amount that they owe to the nearest 5 cents.
Okay, and then I support this. I was going to say we should maybe change it to be round up to the nearest 5 cents, but that would be if we were talking about the cash
Right. The
surplus
this is
return
the
to them.
actual.
Okay, I
tax
support
amount.
this. Thank you.
Okay.
Member O'Gall.
Thank you. So I just think that at this point in time, it's really premature. There are a lot of pennies out there in the world. I would think that we could collect pennies for the next, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years. You have pennies. If you look at your pennies, you see the pennies from 1960, 1945. These pennies last a very long time. I just think it's really premature to do this. Well, it's only $3,000. It's $3,000. And if we're going to give that benefit to the people who are paying cash, what if everyone says, well, heck, I'm going to save those 3 pennies and I'm paying cash? And everyone's doing it. I think it's premature and I'm going to be a no vote.
Well, just a comment, I believe what prompted this was that we can no longer order pennies. So when we get change in, we are no longer getting rolls of pennies from the bank or wherever we get our change. At least that was my understanding.
Why?
Member Freeman?
So those of you who don't know, I totally ate up in the head about pennies right now. But the pennies are, you can't get them anymore. They're not making them anymore. And once you use your pennies, you cannot order them from the bank, as Sherry Newquist had said. So some places are rounding up, some places are rounding down, some places are doing a little bit of both. I think if anything was premature, it was the elimination of the penny, because we still need pennies. They're still a thing. And just so you'll know, the guy at the drive-thru at McDonald's doesn't know what the corporation is doing with the pennies they're stealing from us, but they are not going to the Ronald McDonald House. There you go. But I think this is perfectly okay for our cash paying customers. I have no problem with the resolution, just the elimination of the penny. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Revis for second question.
I might be opening up a can of worms
Probably
here.
are. I can tell by your look.
I
can
know.
Tell by your look. Yeah.
My esteemed colleague, Member Butler, said, yeah, it's basically just a cash discount system. Many businesses implement this. Is there value in us pursuing a greater cash discount for property tax payments, especially if people who pay them with a credit card have to pay a fee that, we're responsible for paying to the vendor that we use? So I don't know, maybe it's for a later time. I would even be supportive of rounding down to the nearest dollar so people don't, and give a greater discount to individuals who are paying their property taxes in cash. I'll make a motion that we round down to the nearest dollar.
Can you do that right now?
Come on, we're giving people a property tax rate. Cash discount. All right.
Okay, hold on. All right. Let's go. Member Trenier. Hold on, go ahead.
I just want to state for the record that I think it's unfair that they picked on President Lincoln. But Mr. Brophy did tell us that we apparently have an ordinance. We will not allow someone to pay their property tax in pennies. So they don't accept it. If you go in and try to pay your 8,000 in pennies, they ain't taking it.
Now we, Member Butler?
I thought this was going to be the easiest vote on the whole
I did
agenda.
I did it. All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Balich. Oxley. Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey.
Yes.
Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Trainier. Van Dyne. So 19.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, moving on. All we have left is the monthly finance report to be placed on file.
We already did that, I think. Wasn't it the consent agenda?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We don't have to vote on that, correct? Okay, and the next finance committee is scheduled for June 2nd, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Works and Transportation Committee, Chair Trenier.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything on the consent agenda you want to have removed? Going once, going twice. Is there anything on
On
the
the
consent
consent that you'd like to
agenda
remove?
that you would like removed?
All right, thank you. I don't think so,
Yeah.
so you're on.
Okay, motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving
Do you
on.
want me to read a synopsis of them? I skipped that part.
I-
That's
I
in the
think they're fine.
requirements.
I'm, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Winfrey, Legislative Committee.
Do we skip public health? Because I don't want him jumping in.
General, Mr. Butler, before you say it, we're moving on to Public Health and Safety Committee. Chair Butler.
I would just like an opportunity to say something at this meeting.
Oh,
Thank you. We have nothing to move forward, but our next meeting is scheduled for June 4th. Thank you.
thank you. Now moving on to Legislative Committee. Chair Winfrey, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Executive. The Legislative Committee brings forward a consent agenda consisting of 3 items. Oh, I can't see that well, and my computer died. RES, thank you. 25, Resolution 26, 166, 26, 167, and 26, 168. If there are no questions on that, we move those forward for approval.
Motion by Winfrey, seconded by Trinier, all in favor. Any opposed? Motion carries.
We will meet again on June 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Freeman, Capital Improvements and IT Committee.
I have nothing to bring forward. Our next meeting is June 2nd.
Thank you. Chair Oxley, Landfill Committee.
Thank you. I'm gonna make it short and sweet. We've canceled the June meeting. Next meeting's July 14th. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Committee, Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Executive and board members. We do have a consent agenda. Would anyone like to remove any item? Seeing none, we do have a resolution authorizing the Will County Executive to enter into an IGA with the City of Joliet and a number of ordinances which include alcoholic beverages, sales and possession of tobacco, video gaming, offenses against county regulations, offenses involving minors, offenses against the county regulations, drug offense, and also offenses against the public at peace. And I would like to make a motion to approve.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman, all in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Followed by the appointments by the county executive. Typically, we do one at a time. With the permission of this board, I would like to lump them all together. Does anyone have an objection to that?
So we need to take them.
I can. There is an approval.
Well,
A county executive appointing to the Joliet Regional Port District of Will County, appointment to Elwood Fire Protection District, the appointment to the Rockdale Fire Protection District, the appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission of Will County, appointments to the Board of Health of Will County, and also an appointment for Metra, the Commuter Rail Board, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trinier, all in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed? To all of them? Okay, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
That concludes the report from the Executive Committee. Our next meeting is scheduled for June 11th, 2026.
At this time, we're moving on, thank you. At this time, we're moving on to public comment relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county. We have public comment. Just 3 minutes, ma'am. I know you've waited long, so we may even give you a little leeway there. Mhm. Thank you.
I also previously worked for Harris County Tax Office, and so I totally respect your work and all that you do. I'm from Houston, Texas. My name is Anna Nunez. I am a public affairs specialist for the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. I bring good news and I will be brief. Thank you for allowing me to share disaster assistance information. My colleague was here and he also is working on 2 separate disaster declarations. So Will County benefits from, and I have a fact sheet. I will follow up via email to everyone with all 3 fact sheets, but you only have one from me. So there is the March 10th tornado. And so Will County was declared a contiguous county, which benefits are the economic injury disaster loans. I'll explain that briefly. Then there was a different declaration, Illinois 21458, and that was for a storm in July 25th and 26th, flooding. And that that application deadline is January 25th, 2027. And then you also had an August 16th through the 19th storms and flooding. And that economic application is December 16th. Again, I'm going to follow up in writing. So as a contiguous county, Will County is eligible for economic injury disaster loans that provide working capital for small businesses and private nonprofits and small agricultural organizations to help them recover from financial losses due to a declared disaster. Businesses are eligible for these loans regardless of whether they have sustained physical damage. The maximum business loan is $2 million. Businesses have, they can be used for payroll, rent, utilities, other fixed debts that would not have occurred had a disaster not happened. There is no fee to apply. There's no payment and no interest for 12 months. There's no need to wait for insurance before applying, and there's no obligation to accept the loan. We say apply. You have 60 days to decline the a loan, and our rates are half those of banks. SBA customer service representatives are standing by. They're ready to help assist small businesses, your agricultural cooperatives, and private nonprofits. Please call us. The deadline for the one that I'm speaking on is January the 11th. Again, there's also a January 25th deadline and a December 16th. We ask that you please share your information on your website, in your newsletter, on social media, and have folks contact us. On the back of your fact sheet on the bottom, there is a portal and folks can apply online. It's very easy. They can call 1-800-659-2955 or go on a website, sba.gov/disaster. We are here to support you. We thank you for your important leadership. This is important. This is a lifeline for businesses that are struggling, and thank you for your help and support.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the information. All right. We are now moving on to comments by board members. 3 minutes. If you have a comment, board members, please press your button now. Mr. Revis.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I'm going to make this brief. I know I've talked about this in the past. I just wanted to share some updated news developments on this story. The Joliet Junior College Board of Trustees is considering censorship of one of their members. It's because of their behavior and some of the things that they've done that the board took offense to. So I'm just reminding the board here that censuring other board members for behavior that is unbecoming of the board is county board business, and I encourage us to do so when we see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Butler, and then Freeman.
So I would just like to say that, there's a lot of things that come up, and, it's our job to interpret. and to look a little bit deeper into things. I think we learned today that there were some questions about the special use permit, that not all the, everything was complete, even though the ordinance said that it must be complete. And we shouldn't be afraid to ask those questions and hold people accountable, you know, and in no way was any of the hoopla that went on before to incriminate anyone, but merely to spotlight a procedural habit that was being performed that may not be correct. And these people may pay for it because of it.
Thank you. Member Freeman.
All right, I'm going to keep mine short too, but it's going to be hard because I did a little bit of research and there are so many days, kind of like birthdays in May. We had Mother's Day, Happy Mother's Day, Nursing Home Week, Nurses Week, World Red Cross Week, Eat What You Want Day, Limerick Day, Maritime Day, May Day, my favorite, Tourism Day, Donkey Day, Have a Coke Day, World Fair Day, Armed Forces Day. Thank you for all of those who served. Barbecue Days, Rescue Dog Days, International Tea Day. Mr. Butler and I should appreciate that one. Brothers Day, World Football Day, Memorial Day, and Mental Health Month, National Public Works Month. Thank you to our Public Works Department. And if you weren't aware, tonight is the last showing of the Stephen Colbert's The Late Show. Unfortunately, CBS has made some errors, and this is one of them. If you have time tonight, you should watch. And other than that, happy Memorial Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to leadership, Leader Richmond. Anything?
Sure. You know, there was a press release that came out and there was some questions on the reasoning for that press release. I just want to remind folks that there was a press release at the end of last year's budget season that definitely expressed a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, not only into the staff, but also to the community, and that of things that this county board was doing with our budget and how it would impact the citizens, which all of that was false. So let's be careful on the stones we throw, because there's times that we can always look back and see that things were done and they were a lot more malicious. So thank you.
Well, I will respond. Member Williams.
I just want to let everybody know that the strategic plan actually is in effect. You should be getting a survey probably in the next couple of days from the consultant Leap HR. And we also have scheduled an off-site visit for hopefully as many of you that can attend. I hope that's everybody. And it's going to be over at the Veterans, the new remodeled Veterans Building. And that will be on June 30th. Mark your calendars. June 30th is the off-site visit, so hopefully most of us can attend. And as I said, this is finally coming to fruition, and I think that we probably needed as much today as we did whenever I brought this up. So I hope everybody can attend. Thank you.
Member or Speaker Van Duyn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a thank you, not only to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but to the Land Use Department and also the county board members over the last couple months. I know it's taken a lot of time and energy, and I appreciate the effort that everybody has put into this recent project. I don't know if the public understands fully the position that the county board members are in. We all have our ideas on how to take care of our residents, and it's truly a very tough position that the county board members are in. And I just want to thank everyone for sticking it out and, doing the job that you feel you did the best you can. So thank you.
Thank you. And to close, I'm going to invite everyone tomorrow. We have Saturday at the county building. If you'd like to participate, we are working with ShareFest for our annual food giveaway. So if you'd like to volunteer, it's 8 to noon. Please participate. And I will end with the fact that I understand I'm an elected official and that people will throw stones at me. I will always protect the staff And I will continue to do that unless there is cause, and I will handle that appropriately. So with that, I need a motion to adjourn. Motion by Hickey, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.